for this conversation, which is supposed to be a debate. We had two beta males scheduled to debate me, and both of them have flaked. And I want to go through the video that prompted this. I want to go through the DM conversation with those two beta males. And then I actually have some argumentative points that are very educational. It'll explain some of these psychological and scientific differences between the male and the female brain, which is important in terms of looking at, should women be leaders? What jobs should they be allowed to have? And it'll inform how we should actually live in the modern society. If you guys would be so kind as we go through to make some notes on which jobs women should have, because I actually do want to make a list, because there are a number of people around the world, I shouldn't say a number, I should say hundreds of thousands of people around the world that follow this SAS and civilization. So we want to be very clear on what job it makes sense for your old lady to have, because I understand that women do have to work, especially if you're in the Trump economy. So let's go ahead and get after it. I want to first show you the video that prompted this conversation, and maybe we might be fortunate that these beta males, who I know they're watching right now, who lied and said that they wanted to debate me, maybe they'll come on and represent themselves, but I highly doubt it. And it makes perfect sense, and I'll explain that as well. But what I'm going to do, here's what's on the itinerary. I'm going to first show you the video that prompted the discussion. And then number two, I'll let you see a couple of the comments just so you can get the nature of how people were taking in this information. Number three, we'll look at the DMs that came from both of these beta males. This is Xi Jinping, the leader of China, someone that the American government refrains from calling a dictator because they're scared of China. And this is a woman who is largely irrelevant, but relevant enough that she is shaking the hand of Xi Jinping. I'd like to rewind this for you so you can see it from the top and take a few cues on body language. You see, leadership itself is quintessentially masculine because it's about power, and it is the man who has the inherent power. Women innately are weak. And that's not only physically. You'll often hear feminists and beta males claim that, women may be weak physically, but they have all these other characteristics that make them suitable for leadership, when in actual fact, no, it's not just physically that they're not suitable to be out in front. There are many other factors, and this does not mean that women are less than. This doesn't mean that they're not highly valuable, absolutely critical. This doesn't mean that we don't appreciate them. Yes, and if there's anyone in the live chat that you have objections, my live chat is not for debate. So you can come on, or my moderators will be very proactive and they'll get you out of here. Anyways, here we go. Pay attention to the body language and the physiognomy of these two persons. I'll go ahead and hit that from the top for you. Let me see if I can get that. Okay, notice, look at her profile. You can see that she's smiling. Look at his profile. He looks like he is completely indifferent. Now, this is not unique. He actually engages in the same stone face with every world leader, but generally the other world leaders are males and they know to give back the same poker face. But this is a broad, right? So she shows up acting like a broad. Now, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with acting like a woman if you're a woman. So nothing wrong with that. But there's a lot wrong with acting like a woman when you're in a position of power, which is a position that's naturally suited for men. You're a statesman, engaging another statesman in a game of power, which has many subtleties and also overt power cues. So here she is walking up, smiling like she's some kind of cheerleader fan. And the funny thing too is, as women try to bully their way into places that they're not meant to be, you see, he's wearing a business suit because he's a world leader. That's the uniform. She's wearing a men's business suit. It looks baggy. It doesn't look right because she's emulating the man's position. There is no way to be authentically female while operating in the position of a man. It's impossible. You just look goofy because you are faking. You are inorganic. You're GMO. Look at her smiling, and bro looks dead indifferent. And what you'll notice is that she eventually figures out, oh, this is not a time to smile. This is a time to be serious. I'm representing an entire goddamn nation. Maybe I shouldn't be smiling like it's my first date. Oh, extraordinary. She's still smiling. Bro has not cracked 1 centimeter of smile. We don't even know if little buddy has teeth. And so here she is, skinny little woman next to a very solidly built older gentleman. And you might say, well, Marquett, what's the relevance of that? They're not about to squabble up. Well, first off, you never know. Politics can get crazy. But again, in a game of power where the head of state is also known as the commander in chief, which is essentially the head of your military, well, you kind of want someone that is menacing, or at least in the past has been menacing. You know, they've been through some fights and they have some aggression in them, and they know some tricks. They're not going to be naive. They're not going to be easily fooled or tricked or too soft or too weak. With a woman, it's like, you never even been in a fist fight. You never had a bloody nose or a busted lip. How could I trust you?
In the international game of power, would I rather have a skinny woman represent my country or this old wolf? Oh yeah, I'll go with this old savage here. Bro didn't crack a smile at all. Cold killer look the whole time. Yeah, I just don't find it to be reasonable that your commander-in-chief is someone who can't walk down an alley safely. There are jobs that are meant for women, the greatest job of motherhood, and other more reasonable professions like an OBGYN, preschool teacher.
I do want to put together a list of jobs that are going to make more sense for women to do. Certainly an OBGYN is one of them. The female has the same anatomy. Therefore, in addition to her scientific study, she'll probably have a greater understanding and be even better at delivering babies and giving bedside manner to a mother. And there's certainly intimate situations where you'd prefer a female provider. And I think we absolutely should have that. And that's where we place our higher IQ women, our more capable women. I find it curious that a dude would want to be an OBGYN. That makes me suspicious, me personally. But anyways, let's go ahead and get into it. So that was a video. Now let's look at the nature of some of the comments, and then we'll go to the DM conversation of the beta males who pretended, yes, female behavior, pretended, lied, represented that they wanted to come on and debate. And you see, if I'm going to go out on a date with women, say it's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, if I meet women during the week, I double book them. I'll schedule 2 women for Thursday, 2 women for Friday, 2 women for Saturday. And that's because I know that women are fundamentally dishonest. They fundamentally do not take accountability. They can always find an explanation as to why they're not keeping their word. And that's okay. We don't expect women to be a man of his word. We don't expect that from women. And what we encounter with the beta male is the exact same behavior. They're females in disguise, and these two are confederates. And I'll explain all of the psychology and the biology as to why that is the case. You must know that for all the people who claim that they're alpha males, this is not true. These people are lying. And the alpha male is an endangered species. There are very few, and that is mostly because the beta male and the female operate in collaboration with each other, largely to hunt down and eliminate the alpha male. Marquett, why would they do that? Because the female's nature, as expressed through the character of Eve in the good book, which is not a literal story, it teaches you that the woman by nature is rebellious and unruly, and there's levels to it, obviously, but she requires that the man establish patriarchy and dominance. You must make her play by the rules. And we can observe in the Western society, when you don't do that, then you have OF, you have them, they don't want to wear clothes, it gets bad. There's a natural inherent immorality, and we can get into it. I'll substantiate everything that I'm saying. So the alpha male is actually the good, noble character that establishes order in the society and keeps it from becoming too immoral. The beta male is the weak male who's less attractive, less desired inherently. Like he was born with less height, less good looks, less IQ, less of this and all the things that women actually want. So in the absence of those traits, what the beta male does is he actually kind of makes deals with the chick. He negotiates with the chick. He plays the friend part, and he plays the assistant and the white knight to the unruly female. And then she rewards him sometimes with a relationship, a romantic relationship, with intercourse when she decides, when she feels like it, and he better try to please her, or she'll just hang over him the possibility of getting a piece of pie. Yes, he has to bend over backwards. Indeed, he's the pandering guy. Whereas the alpha male could just show up and then dip. She might not even like, I've had chicks DM me, hey, Marquett, I don't agree with anything you say, but I do want to let you know that I noticed you're in my city right now. What do you do? We can meet up for a night. We ain't got to get married. I don't like nothing you say, but I like how you say it. I don't like what you're saying, but I like how you say it. I don't like what you're saying, but after all, you're the bald head lover. So anyway, and there's a lot of women you've seen on my podcast. And I think during the show, they don't realize that I actually don't agree with them. And because I'm not a beta male, being that I don't respect their values, when the show ends, you'd be shocked. You'll see a woman yell, curse, act up on the show. And then as soon as the camera turns off, these chicks are trying to kick it. Hey, what are you doing tonight? Do you want to go out and eat? Do you go to the club? Do you go to the bar? Can we hang out here? They want to kick it, even though they know I don't approve of any of their values or their life ways. And here's the kicker. They mistake me for the average male, which is a beta male, which means that they can behave like animals and still deal with that guy. Whereas with me, I'm like, yo, you got to go. Like everything I said during the podcast, that's actually what I live by. So no, I don't approve of you. I won't lay a hand on you. I wouldn't touch you. No, I wouldn't touch you. They find it hard to understand because the average man that they deal with is a beta male. And beta males are generally perverts as well. Let's throw that out there. Marquett, what do you mean? I was talking to a young lady recently, and I told her, hey, I just want to let you know, if we were ever to deal with each other physically, I just want you to know that I will never deal with you during your menstruation. She was like, oh, like you never had a situation? I was like, no, I never have had a situation, and I don't want one. And because I so much do not want a situation of, dealing with a bowl of marinara sauce, that, if you say your menstruation is 5 days, I'm going to give you 7. Yeah, you say it's 5, I'm giving you 7. I don't want to hear about, oh, I'm spotting. Let's try it. No, let's put a towel down. What? I'm a civilized, upright man, and there will be no deviation from that. But it is the woman that will try to pull you down to filth. But here's the thing. When you establish order, the women respect it, unless they're completely a dirtbag and a degenerate, which does occur. But the beta males, because they have a scarcity, they don't get women very much. They're like, oh, yeah, absolutely. They'll do it all. And these guys are mentally unwell and they're perverts. Kevin Gates is one great example of it. And I got to stop talking about little buddy from. I know I'm going to mess around and see him. I got to stop talking about little buddy. But he's a pervert. Talking about like, eating cat while she on the rag like yummy. Like, nigga, what? Somebody lock this man up. He's an animal. But anyways, let's get back to it. We want to look at some of the comments so we can understand what is common these days. Yes, what is common these days? It's funny, like all of my accounts got to be hacked because nothing ever works correctly. You see me clicking this right here? I'm clicking the messages button, but it won't pop open. It took me 10 minutes to get this thing open. Let me refresh it, try it again. And as you guys know, I pay for the most expensive internet. It's not the internet. It doesn't want to load. Now, here's a funny story. Let's see if it loads something else. You see I'm clicking it. Won't open up. Now, here's the comedy. If I click this one, that one opens up. Click this one. That one opens up. Click this one. That one opens up. Why is it that this one that I actually want won't open up? Isn't that bizarre? Starts to make you wonder, if the Israelis are playing with me. But I think I'll refresh it. It should probably reload. Unreal. Okay, that's fine. What we'll do is we'll go to the DMs. But you guys are my witness. That's a very odd bug, isn't it? That's an odd bug. Okay, so here we go. So here's the first dweeb that reached out, right? So this dweeb reaches out and he writes the following. And this is a beta male. He writes, you left instructions to DM live. I hate when these people write in broken English. Really, I hope someone catches them and punishes them for this. You left instructions to DM live stream today about female leaders and their role and our society. What time would that be? So then I tell him, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Does that work for you? Now, again, women and beta males, you can never trust what they say. He writes, it does. Would you guys agree that he's not here? Okay. And he writes, and I understand this is your work. I have no platform, no agenda. Yes, you do. You're a beta male. And your actual agenda is to argue in favor of what will help you with your blue chip goals. For the beta male, you have to realize they're similar to the female in that they're fundamentally weak. And because they're weak, they can never do things on their own. They always have to have a bunch of collaborators and supporters, whether it's psychologically, physically, or otherwise, because they're weak. And also they have to continue building the psychological superstructure, the set of ideas that validate their value and existence, because their value and existence is not obvious. It's not obvious because they might be ugly, they might be short, they might be unathletic, they might be low IQ, they might be tacky, they might lack articulation, they might have a stutter. They have all of these apparent things that show that they're not it. So what does a beta male do? He tries to excel in the things that are accessible to him. So what do you often hear women describe a beta male as? Oh, he's so nice. He's so nice. Why is he nice? He has to be. He's not big. He's not strong. He's not athletic. He's not powerful. He must be nice. It favors him. It favors him. Like if I wanted to walk down the street in Miami and bump into the next 10 guys, I have a funny feeling that all 10 of them would just look at me and be like, I'm going to just let that go. You heard me? Yeah. I got to probably bump into like 30 dudes to find one who's going to be like, yo, what's wrong with you, buddy? I got to bump into 30 of them to find one. Yeah, it's like maybe 3% of the population of males are actually alpha, strong, masculine, testosterone-filled men. So when they call the beta male, oh, he's so nice, that's because he is nice. And he should be nice. But I tell you what being nice does not do. Being nice does not turn a woman on. No, that monkey ain't gonna get wet with you being nice. Hell nah. That's why she's cheating on you guys. You did? Yeah, she cheating on you with a savage, my boy. It's really a cold game. But listen to me. Let's get back to this beta male. Let's get back to this beta male. So he writes, I have no agenda. That's a lie. Your agenda is to argue on behalf of your kind, which is beta males. You do have an agenda. He writes, I believe in most of your content and think highly of most of your work. That's impossible because this is core and critical. This is core and critical to my work because everything that we do within the Assassin, we have a global organization. Everything we do always roots back to family. Family, family, family. You hear me often talk about good people. You hear me often say we need more good people. I always encourage you. Find a great woman who will play her part. Go ahead, get her pregnant. Get her pregnant again. Get her pregnant again. We need to repopulate the earth with good people. And we must have families. And families have an order. And that natural order of family should be reflected in all aspects of the society. So how is it you think that you can argue against what I'm saying with regards to the natural order of man and woman, but you agree with most of what I say? You must not understand what I'm saying. Huh? You mustn't understand. Anyways, he writes, I'm just a regular guy. And you know what? That's true. But unfortunately, in 2026, a regular guy, what that means is a weak male. That means a beta male and effeminate male. So then, and you can see, communicates like a woman. Women are very verbose. Women are very wordy. They're never brief. They always have a long story. And that's okay because they're women. So you'll see he wrote all this. Then I just wrote that. Then he wrote all this. And then I just wrote that. Is the difference between masculine thinking and communication and female thinking and communication. And that's okay if I was talking to a broad. So then he writes, if that's all understood, see you at 9. And then I write, do you actually believe women can be leaders? Because what I don't want to do, I don't want to waste my time, his time, and your time talking to someone who fundamentally agrees. Like if we fundamentally agree that women shouldn't be leaders, I'm not going to come on here to try to entertain and make money. No, sir. I'm coming on here to spread pure ism. I want to talk through real ideas that I really believe in and line them up against the dominant society today so that we can learn something. So I just want to make sure, do you really believe that women can be leaders? And if you do, then let's debate. If you don't, then hey, brother, I appreciate you supporting the work. Let's carry on. So then he writes, I do, which is like, oh, bro, you lame, but that's okay. He writes to eliminating, and again, this is very common. You have these low IQ people who need to stay in their place. English is terrible. To eliminating entire gender from a field, any field, doesn't seem logical. What do beta males know about logic? They live on emotion. Do I believe men are better at leading? Yes. And this is the emotional piece, right? Is because you know what the correct answer is. You know who's the superior candidate, yet you're saying, oh, give everybody a chance. Very womanly. It's a good mother trait. It's a good trait for a mother. Do I believe men are predisposed to leadership on a genetic level? Yes, I do. Now, here's another thing I want you guys to observe between masculine communication and feminine communication. Let me ask you guys a question. Did I ask him for all this BS, or did I ask him with one single sentence, a yes or no question? I asked this boy a yes or no question, and here he goes acting like a girl again. All this damn explanation. Listen, fella, I want all you guys, if you're a grown man and you're not making me money with your communication, you're not making me money and you're not about to give me a piece of pie, shut up. And just whatever you say needs to be no more than 2 sentences. If you are not cutting me a piece of pie, you heard me, and you should know what I mean when I say it. Or if you're not giving me some money, you need to communicate at the maximum 2 sentences. I don't want to hear what you have to say. I barely want to hear if it's my woman, I barely want to hear what she has to say. But I'm going to lock in and try to focus, okay? But you rascals need to shut up. Good Lord, this ball feminine. Then he writes, but I also believe women can be effective leaders. Just because they're not as effective as men are in the role does not mean elimination from that role. So this is DEI. You heard me? He talking about everyone needs to be included. Then he writes, I don't want a female sushi chef, but I can live with and work with a female leader. What are you talking about, dude? So anyways, this is a standard a standard reply. Please do not curse, use racial slurs, or say these words. Please use headphones, be in a quiet place, call in from a computer, and then here's the link. And then he has the nerve to write, copy that, as though he's going to do it and keep his word. Then, here it is, 8:56. Confirm when you're able to successfully log in. No response at game time. Then there's an audio call from the team. No response at game time. Now, you might say, gee, Marquett, that's not cool. Of course it's not cool. But I expected it because he's a beta male. That's why I double booked. But the other beta male did the same thing. And we'll go through his real quick as well. But it's really important to understand the psychology of these kind of beings. Now, what this was, guys, if you're wondering, like, Marquett, why would he behave like that? That's kind of weird. It is weird for a male, for a man. This is when you've been talking to a girl all week. And the reason I know about this is because a lot of people book consultations. I've probably given out over 600 consultations. A lot of them are about women. And guys are like, hey, Marquett, I was talking to her all week, and then we're supposed to go out Friday, At 8:30, here it is Friday at 7:30. I just hit her with a text like, hey, confirming we're going to meet up at this time, this location. Then all of a sudden she just doesn't respond. She ghosts, or she says something that we all know is not true. Oh, my car, I got a flat tire, or my mom had to borrow my car. I got to go to the hospital for my grandma, or, fill in the blank with something that's a lie and irrelevant. And this is what women do because they're fundamentally not honest. And here's an important piece. Aside from their children or someone that they know that they love, there's no level of integrity because they're narcissists. So if a woman has not already decided that she signed up for you, if you're a stranger, she really doesn't care enough to even treat you with decency. It's called integrity. It's something that mostly men are inclined to exercise, true level of fairness. Women are not going to exercise that most of the time. That's why it's easy for them to tell a guy, tell a white lie. Oh, I can't come out because I got to babysit my little brother. They don't even have a little brother, but they feel fine telling that white lie. I remember one time I was in Texas going to do an interview, and I was with my assistant, and we were going to be late. There were just a number of things beyond our control, circumstantial things that were going to cause us to be late. And then my assistant says, hey, Marquett, would you like me to message so-and-so and let them know that we'll be, this number of minutes late? I said, yes, absolutely. Please do. And then she says, okay, yeah, I'll tell them that, there's traffic and such and such. I was like, no, don't tell them that there's traffic because there's traffic every day. We're in a major city. There's traffic every day. That's not an excuse. We're late because we didn't plan well. So if we say there's traffic, that's blaming the traffic. We're not late because of traffic. We're late because we didn't plan well. She was like, yeah, but Google said it's a 45-minute trip and it's been an hour and a half. We did plan well. I said, if Google said it was 30 minutes, it should be 45 minutes, and we've been in transit for an hour and a half, that means that we didn't plan well and we trusted a source that wasn't reliable. That was our decision. So maybe we planned to give it twice as much time in transit. We should have given it 3 times as much time because we're not from Texas. We cannot understand the traffic or the possible accidents. It's our fault. Don't say it was the traffic. It was our planning, which is mostly me because I'm the leader, but it's your actual paid job to get me on time. That's fine. Tell them we're going to be there 15 minutes after the hour. I apologize. Full stop. None of the BS. Huh? But the woman gonna tell the lie. You hear me? Yeah, she ain't never gonna take responsibility, especially if she feel like she tried to do the right thing. If a woman tried to do the right thing or a beta male tried to do the right thing and it didn't work out, oh, they got to tell you the story. They got to explain how this happened. If a real man tried his best and it still didn't work out, he's just gonna deal with it as it is. For example, I just had to pay someone a nearly $1,000 refund because there's a bit of business that we did. And due to someone else's failing, one of my subcontractors, they failed. He said, hey, should I ask this person for a refund? I said, don't even bother. I will give you the refund because I selected them and you dealt with them as a result of me. So I will give you the refund. So I did cut him nearly $1,000 check, which I'm happy to do because it is my responsibility as a man. It's integrity. You're often not going to see women operating this way in business or personal life, and you're certainly not going to see beta males operating in an upright way. Anyways, back to this beta male. And that might sound like harsh or unpleasant, but it's just the truth. All of you men who are in the comments, you've had a woman string you along. You've had her ghost you or flake or no-show or tell you white lies instead of saying the following: I'm not interested. Or saying, I changed my mind. I don't find you attractive. Or I met another guy the day after and he's more appealing. They're never going to hit you with the truth. Come on now. Carrying on. Let's get to this work. We get into this work. So then he confirms that he's going to come. Then when it's showtime, he's nowhere to be found. We even call, so we know his phone was ringing. People have nomophobia nowadays, which is addiction to the phone. So we know he got the phone call and he just dodged. He could not man up and say, hey, Marquett, I was brave in the comments, and then I remembered who you are and who I am, and I'm scared as a beta male to come into direct head-on conflict with an alpha male because I know I will be put in my place. So I'm going to bow out gracefully. He couldn't just say, no, thank you. What he had to do was hide. And then what he'll do like a woman is he'll hit you up tomorrow like a woman. Oh, my phone was dead, or I lost my phone, or I forgot, or I fell. There'll be some explanation. When in fact, there's no explanation. Did you show up? Did you not show up? That's it. Come on now. Let me go ahead and take a pause for the cause. Then I'm going to show you what the other beta male did. And this is not manly behavior. And the reason I go through this stuff at great detail is because this is so educational. And truth be told, some of your fathers, some people think that, oh, if you had your father, you're good. I wish that was the case. I wish that's how that worked. Sometimes you had a father and your father was a lame. Your father was not a real one. Sorry, having a beta male father is also a thing. And here's the funny thing. As time goes on, if the world is not corrected, I can tell you this. It's more likely that your father will be a beta male because males will have to bend over even more to get into a relationship with these high testosterone masculine females. Come on now. Let's get into it. Shout out to Teddy, came in a strong way via Venmo. He writes, good evening, Saint. I must say, you had me rolling yesterday when that goofy made a foolish comment and you said, quote, I'm out of here. I had enough of people online today, and then just left the podcast. You know, honestly, Teddy, one of the unfortunate things about modernity is that everyone has access to visibility, to being visible. Before my generation, you had people like Walter Cronkite. You had those who were lettered and qualified, were permitted to be in the public eye. Because now everyone is visible. That's why lower class people are spreading their filth and the average person is becoming more low IQ, low EQ, low class, low income, because they're like low class people are watching each other, and human beings are imitation animals. That's where we get culture from, imitating. You see, whereas before my generation, when you watch television, you see classy, upscale, educated people speaking well. So if you were to be influenced by the television, you'd be influenced to have good English. You'd be influenced to have good posture. You'd be influenced to behave perhaps even better than your true station in life. But now Sexy Red is allowed to have a platform, and Suki Han and all of these animals. And as a result, you have the lower class culture growing hugely. And that's the unfortunate thing. And in real life, outside of the internet, well-off people who are generally more competent, generally smarter, they're going to be among each other. And so sometimes when I come online, I get exposed to levels of stupidity that I just can't handle. It's oppressive to deal with certain levels of idiocy. So then I'm just like, let me cut off the internet, just go back to my good life. You hear me? Because every time I come on here, I'm taking a pause from a wonderful life. You dig? Yes, sir. So I appreciate those of you who come here and you do what is right. You support the work. You hit the like button. You might send in some tuition. You might ask an intelligent question that benefits everyone online. I appreciate that. That's a major value add. Shout out to Jermaine, comes in via Venmo. He writes, how does one battle sexual favoritism in the workplace? My VP bows down to a non-technical background. I'm assuming you meant project manager here with this acronym. Yes, this is actually a very common thing, and I'm glad you asked this very meaningful question. In the workplace, and obviously I've not been in the employee position for some time, but I've run a lot of companies, and I've seen other bosses hire women just because they're attractive. I've seen women promoted just because they're attractive. And this is from a boss's perspective. And I've heard people, bosses, admit to doing these things. For example, I used to have an office in Puerto Rico. And in our office in Puerto Rico, there was a bunch of entrepreneurs from all over the world. And when we first started our hiring, and we did deals with the Puerto Rican government, we had grants. And so we were able to subsidize employee salaries. It was really a masterful play. And so we were required to hire on the island. And I remember looking around the office one day and I was tripped out because all of the other executives, all of their employees were female and gorgeous, female and gorgeous. And I was the only guy who I only had hired 2 employees, both of course Puerto Rican. One was a guy and then one was mid. So it was a dude and the other one was a female who was not that attractive. And I hired her because she was competent. She's competent. That's why I hired her. And I hired the guy because he's competent, but everyone else hired based on attractiveness. And they wanted to spend their days with attractive women. Now, of course, I don't think this is going to go terribly well for the company, depending maybe if the girl's in sales. So I say that to say it's a very common thing. Now, here's my direct answer to your question. And also, let me give a side note because I just think it's worth saying out loud since I won't be penalized like some of you. There's certain demographics that get favor. Women absolutely get favor. And this is from the overweight ones to the attractive ones to the not so attractive ones. They get favor sometimes without seeking it and other times because they're intentionally using their sexual lures. You'll often see women in positions they absolutely do not deserve, or you'll see them in positions that are not really positions. They're not really jobs, like the hostess at a restaurant. You walk up, it's always some very attractive young woman who has no skill set and really adds minor value to the institution. Probably, having some situation with the owner of the restaurant. You'll never see a guy get a job that is that easy and that well paid. Men actually have to work for all of their money, generally speaking. Women don't. I'll see women in a capacity of a server or a waitress. They'll do their job. They'll come up, take your order. She has no notepad. She's like, what would you like? You tell her, okay, I'll have a filet mignon, butterflied, medium well. And she's looking at you like, like she has a good memory, walks away, puts in the wrong order, brings the food you did not want. And then when you tell her, no, that's not what I ordered, she acts like it was your fault, like you told her the wrong thing, as though you don't order the exact same filet mignon every single night of the week. And then at the end of that, the average guy, after she screwed up his order, will go ahead and give her a good tip. And part of it is when she brings the check, she's like, oh, thank you for coming. I want to see you again. I hope you had a great day here. Okay, well, all right, here's your check. And just based on that little sweetness she gives this beta male, yeah, he gonna tip her real well. And so she did a terrible job and then got tipped well, above average. Whereas if it was a male server who got the order correct and did all of the exact same behaviors, he'd get an inferior tip. Now, I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying this is the actual world that we live in. I'm not arguing against it. I'm not trying to change that world. But I am letting women know that they so often believe themselves to be up here and they're convinced of their skills and their talents and their networking ability, and it really is not there. Like a guy might go out and network, say he meets 50 dudes, right? He's networking in software. And this was my life for a time. When I was early in my entrepreneur software business, I'd go out and network. So you go meet 50 guys, and it's a male-dominated industry, of course, because it requires high IQ and the ability to deal with boredom, yes, and the ability to focus and operate in solitude. So it's mostly male. So I go meet 50 dudes, follow up with all of these people. Maybe 3 respond. This is when I was a peon. Maybe 3 respond. You'll see a female who has just completely in la la land. Hi, how are you? Oh yeah, here's my card. Complete, like everything about her, second rate college, second rate outfit, second rate looks, but she's a chick. And so she goes networks with the same 50 dudes. She doesn't even have to send them a message. Every single one of them remembered her name, looked her up on LinkedIn, hit her up. Hey, it was nice to meet you. Let me know if I could help with anything. And then the broad, oh yeah, actually, I needed an introduction to so-and-so. Actually, I needed this. Actually, I needed that. That's how you get a Theranos situation where that white girl who tried to dress like Steve Jobs, and this has been 2 times this has happened with white women. They got damn near $1 billion invested in their startup company, only to find out that it was a fraud. They were falsifying users. They were falsifying scientific data. And in the case of Theranos, it was actually a deadly thing that she was falsifying because she was in the medical field. And you have to ask yourself, well, how is it that someone who is basically woefully underqualified and very dishonest, how did all of these multimillionaires and billionaires not find out that she was lying? Because she was a woman. And they weren't focused on the actual data or the quality of her work. They were consumed with their carnal desire. Huh? Come on now. Come on now. So whereas with a man, any man, white man or a black man, they'd have looked at that data. They'd have wanted to really dig into the user acquisition strategy and tell me about your daily active users and what's your conversion rate? What's the year over year? They want to go through everything if you're a man. And if you're a black man, low key, you probably ain't gonna get the opportunity. And if you do, my God, they're gonna go through everything. And they need to know what size are your draws. They need to know which city you were born in. They want to see your social security card and birth certificate. And then they still probably gonna give you a denial. That's just the truth. I know it from experience. So I say all that to say, women overestimate themselves, but according to their reality, they're estimating rightly at a level. Woman might say, it's easy to get a job. It's actually not easy to get a job, but it's easy for her, or it's easy for a woman to get a job. So at some level, she's correct. But she's not living in the real world. She's living in her real world. Men live in the real world. Women live in their real world most of the time. Come on now. Yeah, we get into it. But anyways, I say all that to say this. To answer your question, Jermaine, you basically are saying that you have a superior who is favoring someone else who probably is in a parallel function, who has inferior skill set and knowledge. You always have to backwards plan. What is your goal? So I would figure out, is my goal more pay, better title? And I'd ask myself, who are the players that are involved in that? I'd be hyper clear and make sure that I'm documenting, this is my goal. Can we together define what the steps are? And then let me start putting points on the board so that when it's time for promotion or review, it's based on the data. And also I would make chums with the boss above my boss, just in case something goes funny. And I can promise you, it always will. Shout out to Jefferson, came and supporting the work via Venmo. Appreciate you. May I also acknowledge Justin writes, peace of the saints, out the lady. I think he meant out with the lady, which we'll catch the replay. Absolutely. I appreciate you. And may you all have a very happy, safe time. Someone named James has sent in their email address. I trust that they would like to come on and engage. Well, James, old boy, you now have the link. We welcome you. And James, as I've said probably thousands of times by now, no cursing, please. No slurs. Don't reference adult content or adult content sites. And of course, turn on your camera. And I look forward to this conversation with you, James. Shout out to Michael, writes, just paying dues, Peace of the Saints, came in via Venmo. And also acknowledge Michael, again, he writes, just purchased my running belt, definitely needed it, game changer. And thank you, that supports someone just like you. If you guys go to peaceofthesaints.com or mdblabel.com or sasnbrand.com, that's where this sweatshirt is, this hoodie. When you go to these websites, you're often buying items that are produced by people just like you who learn product-based business, and the money goes directly to them. So I thank you guys for supporting one another. May I also acknowledge Chris. Actually, I think that was me paying Chris, maybe. Yes, okay, sorry. That was me paying Chris, sorry about that. May I acknowledge Dominic. He writes, Peace to the Saints, tuition came in via PayPal. Shout out to Michelle. She writes, hi, I agree with you as a woman. Science actually backs the fact women's bodies can't handle high cortisol levels for prolonged periods of time. This is true. And in fact, it'll cause major disruptions, such as disrupting the menstruation. And so this is all scientific. And I appreciate you being woman enough and intelligent enough to affirm this. She writes, it even leads to autoimmune disorders. High stress comes from leadership roles. You ain't never lied. I even know a nice young lady. She's actually a Filipino young lady, lives in the Philippines. Sweet woman. And a lot of sweet women in the Philippines. Also a lot of crazy people in the Philippines. Shout out to Assassin Asia and shout out to all the saints in the Philippines. Great people. But anyways, she had reached out to me one time and she said, hey, I've been offered to take a managerial role, but I'm not really feeling it. I don't think I'll like the stress and what it'll do to my life. to take it. It'll be more money, but I don't think I need more money. What do you think? Am I not being ambitious? What should I do? And I said, choose happiness, choose quality of life. And I recommend that to men as well. Choose happiness, choose quality of life. And what you have to remember is that for men, ambition will make your quality of life better. Like moving forward, we want respect. Women want love primarily. Men want respect primarily. So moving forward at work will generally give you more happiness because it gives you more status, power, and control. And that's something that's chiefly masculine to seek those things. Shout out to Michael, comes in via Venmo. He writes, I also sent you a message on Sassin. I'm looking to purchase the Book of Dark Truths, but it's saying that I need to become a member. So the Book of Dark Truths is on school.com/Marquett/classrooms. He writes, you're a busy man. Please get back to me whenever you can. I'll get back to you right now. So the courses are all listed at school.com/Marquett/classrooms. The way school is set up, and this is not a site that I own. This is a site owned by a gentleman named Alex. It's set up that for you to access the course, you have to pay a monthly membership, which I understand is less than ideal. So what I do for folks is if you check whatever the price is on school, and then you send me that amount via Venmo, I'll manually add you in as a free access to that course. So basically, you'll just get the access to the single course that you paid for. I'd be more than happy to do that. Just check what the price is. Send that to me via Venmo in the memo with your email address. Say, this is for Boss University or the Master Communicator course, and I'll get you set up. So thank you for that. I'm more than happy to help with that item. Carrying on. Okay, now let's dig in a little bit if we may. Oh yes, we wanted to look at that second beta male. Yes, let's look at the second beta male. I wish there was only one. So here's the second one. So this beta male right here, in true beta male fashion, he writes, respectfully, you tripping on this one, would love to join a debate. He's already committed several violations, things that bother me. Number one, you've heard me say this, and I even believe there's a reel on this, which is be a man. Stand on what you're standing on. You don't even need to say respectfully, you tripping. No. Just say you tripping. Don't put respectfully on it. Just say you tripping if that's how you feel. Or if you're more civil, you might state, I disagree on your point that women ought not be leaders. I would like to debate you today. Simple. But you don't need to soften it like a woman. You don't need to hide behind anything to keep everything safe and keep everybody happy. Hell nah. Say how you feel, buddy. It's not going to hurt my feelings at all. And this is the beta male way of communicating. Beta males, again, it goes back to they're fundamentally weak and they know it. So they utilize strategies for self-preservation and protection. So they'll try to disrespect you, but make it sound nice. Or they'll say something foul, respectfully. Or they'll say it foul and try to be nice about it. Or they'll be passive aggressive. Or they will tell somebody else how they feel about you. Yeah, so they'll try to sabotage you. All womanly strategies. So you got Doofus over here. He writes, respectfully, you tripping on this one. Would love to join a debate. This is the other thing I despise when people say would love. Love is should be a very strong word in the English language. People who have limited vocabularies can't figure out how to use a different word. I would appreciate debating you. I'd be thankful to debate you. I'd be happy to debate you. I'm excited to debate you. I'm eager to debate you. There are probably 40 different ways to express it, but they will always say, oh, I would love this. I love that. I love. They have the vocabulary of an 8-year-old. Team responds, Mr. Boyd, does 9 p.m. EST today work for you? Then, I don't know how far apart these were sent. Then they paste the standard message, don't curse, no slurs, etc. And then he writes, I'm in California and I'm going out around that time, which is funny because it's Sunday. So generally people are not going out Sunday evening. Also, what he's responding to was a pinned post that said, if you can debate today, DM. And he took the action of obviously replying to that post, running the mouth, and then DMing as though he wanted the smoke. But true beta male, female nature, he didn't really want the smoke. I'm in California and I'm going out around that time. If you're open, we can schedule a different date and time. News cycle is short and I'm sure you'll be on to the next topic. Let me know. Peace. Does anybody believe that? I want to know. If you believe little buddy, put a 2 in the chat. If you believe he's lying, that he was just saying, oh, we'll do it another time, put a 1 in the chat if you think he was lying. And this is one of the things, and I will tell you, I've been under female leadership at various times. All of you have. Every last one of you have. Your mother, it's maybe one of the few acceptable forms of female leadership, your mother, your grandmother, when you are prepubescent. Yes, when you are a prepubescent boy, it makes sense for your mother or your grandmother or your aunt or your school teacher to lead you. Yeah? I had a job at Johns Hopkins. I had a manager who was a very insane white woman. Oh my goodness, real basket case, but highly intelligent, no doubt about it. High IQ, high EQ as well. High IQ and high EQ. But when I say high EQ, it was for the purpose of manipulation. So she was really devious. When men have high EQ, they use it to manage their own emotions and manage others' emotions. When women have high EQ, they're often using it to manipulate at a masterful Mozart level. There's one thing that I learned from her in communicating with beta males, which is most males, and females. She observed me in a meeting telling someone the truth. Yes, because this is what I often do. I tell people the truth. And after the meeting, she held me back and she says, hey, can I give you some feedback? I said, I'd love some feedback, which is always true. I do appreciate feedback, especially from people who are experienced and intelligent. And she was certainly both. She said, you know, I've noticed you every now and then will tell someone no. You'll tell them yes or you'll tell them no. People love to hear yes, so you don't have to think much about that. They hate to hear no. They don't really want to hear that. It's hard to deal with. She was like, so instead of telling them no, you could tell them maybe, or you could tell them later, or you could tell them if this, then that. Meaning like, oh, well, if you can do this, then yeah, I'll do it for you. Or yeah, it'll happen. But she was like, just make sure that the conditional is nearly impossible. So for example, if you're managing someone as a boss, this is her advice. She's a biomedical engineer, by the way. Biomedical engineer, very intelligent woman, PhD. She had a PhD in BME, biomedical engineering, very bright woman. And shout out to her, she was in fact, she was very diabolical, but very bright, married woman. And I would probably give her the pipe just because she was so bright and diabolical. I really admired her level of deviousness. Of course, you can't marry this kind of person. They're dangerous, probably dangerous to humankind. But yeah, I let her catch this candy most. So I really felt like she earned it. But anyways, she said this to me. She said, if you have an employee and they say, hey, Marquett, I'd like a raise, or I think I deserve a raise, or can I get a raise? She was like, you could say yes, you could say no, or you could create an impossible conditional because, they're going to think they can do it, but they can't. She says, so just tell them this, Marquett. Don't say no, because she's like, you're too honest. Just don't say no. Tell them this. Well, I'll give you a raise if you can triple sales within this period of time. She was like, so just make sure that the period of time is too short and tripling sales we know is impossible. So give them hope. Just give them hope instead of saying no, because when you say no, you deflate them. You deflate them. They're not going to work as hard. They're not going to be as ambitious. So don't tell them no, the truth. Give them an impossible conditional. And I was just thinking in my head, good Lord, that is diabolical. Like, you told me to set them up for failure, to make them work harder for me. Like, goddamn, diabolical. I quit that job. I quit that job because, and I didn't quit it straight away, but I eventually quit the job because I can't be lying to people. That doesn't feel good to me. I can't lie to people. Forget how it makes them feel. The fact that you basically make them a mouse on a wheel, a hamster on a wheel. They're running hard, going nowhere. Forget the fact that you're doing them dirty. I don't feel good when I'm lying. So I was like, nah, no, thank you, man. It was a cool job. It's a prestigious role at Johns Hopkins Medical. But I was like, nah, I think I'm good on this one, sis. But I say that to say that is how they operate. They won't tell you no. They'll tell you maybe. They'll tell you later. They'll say, oh, let's circle back. It's all lies because they're not going to be accountable for the truth. And they're not brave enough to deal with you when you're disappointed, when you're angry, when you don't get your way. They don't want to deal with your reaction. One of the major reasons women shouldn't be leaders. Me, I'll look you in your eyes and tell you, yes, I'd be happy to give you a raise because you've earned it. I'll also look you in your eyes and tell you, at this time, you don't qualify for a raise due to your work products, but I've not fired you because I believe you can do better. If you'd like to know how you can achieve what you're seeking, we can talk about it and we can figure it out together. Full stop. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm not going to give you a pipe dream or a false hope. I'm not going to manipulate you. I'm going to just tell you what it is. That's a major difference on how men and women deal with things. When we're late to the appointment, my assistant, female, nice lady too, very sweet woman, and very, I consider her an honest woman, which is not the same thing as an honest man, but she's an honest woman and very loyal and reliable. I mean, I'd do anything for the woman because she's a good woman. But she was saying like, oh, well, tell them it's the traffic. No, it's not the traffic. It's our poor planning. And so they'll do that. And that's okay. They're women. But what's not okay is this beta male right here, because he is not supposed to be behaving this way. He's supposed to be behaving as a man. And so here he is claiming like, oh, yeah, let's do it another date and time. And then after he says, let's do it another date and time. Oh, yeah, but I know the news cycle is short, so you'll be on to the next topic. Well, first off, I do evergreen content. So the question of should a woman be a leader, that's not a news cycle thing. That's an eternal question. That's an eternal question. That'll always be good to discuss and rediscuss. You see, so what he was doing was building in his exit because, again, a beta male, or shall we say a baboon, a monkey does not want to look a lion in the face. So once they realize that there's going to be a direct engagement, knowing that they're weak, they do what they're tooled to do, run, escape, hide, but they will never engage head on. Come on now. We cooking today. I haven't even gotten into the core lecture. You dig? Yeah, let's work. Shout out to Anthony, Frank, Darren, all supporting the work using the Stripe link. I appreciate you. And shout out to the folks supporting the work because this is a good game. If you're actually paying attention, it will teach you how to deal with women. Shout out to Kristen. He writes, peace to the saints. I also hate to lie, but these goofy broads love to hear them. Oh, yes, indeed. You got to check out the Book of Dark Truths. He writes, how can I give the false hope to a woman who is looking for marriage, but she does not qualify? You, sir, need the Book of Dark Truths. There's some things we don't discuss in the public. Anyways, let's see. May I acknowledge Michael? He writes, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Shout out to this gentleman, has great manners. And also acknowledge Saint Victor. He writes, tuition, peace to the saints, respect to the big homie for consistently spreading this ism. Lord knows the world needs some ism. I'm trying to tell you, man. Oh, my goodness, the world needs some ism. Yes, indeedy. Now, let's get back to it. Oh, yes. I want to take a look with you guys at a pretty engaging piece. And the reason that I selected to react to this gentleman's work is because there is a decided absence of real research on this particular question. Should a woman be a leader? the YouTube space has nearly no real answer to that, and it's on purpose. Do forgive me, I'm massively dehydrated. I was in the gym for like 4 hours today, which is nothing to be impressed about. You know, I missed it yesterday, so I had to do 4 today. So I was feeling like a piece of garbage, piece of valueless speck of dust. Shout out to Free Thinker, came in supporting the work. Sam writes, it's been a while since I've tapped in. Keep up the good fight. That hoodie is cold. Is there anywhere I can purchase it? Yes, sir. It's at sasmbrand.com. If someone is kind enough to make sure he has that link in the chat. And, you know, one of the things I like about, you know, pieces like this is that these are statement pieces and these are conversation starters. And something I really do want to state for you all, and I hope you take this seriously, all the thousands of people watching. I often talk to you about health, wealth, relationships. Health, wealth, relationships. I want to remind you all that relationships, familial, friendships, romantic, they are so critical to your quality of life, your mental health. And if you have wealth, even enjoying your money is better when you have good relationships. So I want to encourage all of you to, this year, double down on your relationships. First, your friendships. Marquett, what do you mean first my friendships? Well, your friendships, and this is generally with people of the same gender. And the reason I say first your friendships is because your romantic engagements and entanglements, these may be fickle. You're dealing with women. So they may be, you know, might not work out, which is fine. Still try. But your friendships will be consistent. They'll be reliable, great support network, and it's by choice. So you're going to be dealing with people who share your values. Your family, definitely double down on those relationships. Secondly, but be aware that your family is circumstantial. These are people who are kind of like maybe you had a childhood friend. You were born into the family. You might not necessarily share values. You might be going in different directions. They might be low-key haters. So, you know, be thoughtful as you do that. But I want everyone to double down on the friendships. And one of the things that was just really powerful to me today, someone in my family, I reached out and said, hey, Marquett, you know, how do I get one of those gold watches? And I was like, okay, well, let me call up Philip. He's the saint who I gave this product to for him to produce and make money. And he's done so. He has 43 of them, unless when I called him, he had 44. I said, hey, you know, send me a bill. I want to buy one from you, from my family member. But he has 44, and it was so nice to call him and just to hear his voice and, you know, touch base with him on a friendly level. And it's even more beautiful, of course, to be able to do commerce and do business with people you love and respect. But I say that to say, you know, the Assassin has built something so real and so special. We got guys who've been a part of this thing for creeping up on a decade now, right? And it provides you a real base. And even if for some strange reason you weren't close to any particular person, when you're traveling around, you just tap in with the section. You want to go meet up with 10 guys, 15, 20 guys for a workout at no cost, people who share your values, and you're going to get a good workout and be around people where you're protected and safe, and, you know, you guys are all headed in the same direction psychologically and, you know, wealth-wise. It's really cool. And for those of you who haven't joined the Assassin, I invite you to join peacetothesaints.com, log in, boss up. For those of you who might say, hey, it's not for me, cool. I want to encourage you to join something. You know, join something for your stability and your happiness. It's really important to be a part of something. Unfortunately, in Western society, we're too individualistic, and it's at our expense. It's very costly. It is not the right way to live. Anyways, let's take a look at this bald head genius here. You got to be bald to be smart, gentlemen.
Searching video ideas, I often look at ChatGPT to get its take. When it gives me a completely wrong answer or warns me.
And this is very important. This is the matriarchy here. You see, the difference between men and women, and this might be shocking to some of you, and I'm happy to go into why that is, but men can actually tolerate difference of opinion. Women cannot tolerate difference of opinion. One of the reasons I always tell you guys, get a woman who shares your values. You see, you need her to share your values, because when we're adults, we're not about to change. You don't want to be trying to persuade her, convince her. No, you need to already share the same values. But ChatGPT will be the death of IQ. And he said that he checks it just to see what it has to say, which is fine. And he said that when you ask ChatGPT a question like, should women be allowed to lead? It doesn't want to answer the question, because that violates their content policy and their terms of service. Well, why is that? Because probably the nerds that make it are beta males. Yeah, like computer nerds, small, weak, can't get girls. So their strategy for getting girls is being really nice and understanding and always being there for me. And that personality is one that can't allow the truth, because sometimes the truth is ugly, sometimes the truth is mean. And so we end up with this regime of censorship. And you can't ask reasonable questions like, should women lead? Because the answer might be ugly.
That I might be a bad person just for asking the question, that's a sign I'm onto something interesting. So, at the risk of being accused of neurosexism, yes, that's a thing. Let's dive in. Before answering the question of
Marquett, like, what does that have to do with our actual question?
Why
our question
women
is, should
are more
women
neurotic,
lead?
we first need to ask,
see,
is the question
because
itself
there's so
fair?
much censorship,
Are women, in
when
fact,
you try to research on should women
more neurotic
lead,
than men?
you're not going to really find anything except things saying women should lead, girl power, the future is female. Yeah. Right. So what I did instead, being an intelligent person, is I asked myself, what are the reasons, biological, psychological, that women should not lead? So instead of asking, should women lead, which we already know the answer to that, but we can't ask it because the technology censorship limits us from getting an answer. I thought, well, what are the reasons women should not lead? Then what I did is I created that list, and on the list, it was they're neurotic, which they are, and this is a psychological term. And so then I searched, are women more neurotic than men? And here we are. And if you don't know what neurotic is, you're about to learn, but it is a major reason you shouldn't really lead anything. Let's learn.
The question itself fair. Are women, in fact, more neurotic than men? What does that
connections, buffering. I assume the trouble connections, buffer, stress, anger, pressure, or disappointment. Here we go. Let's try that again. And when we're talking about neurotic, there are a number of ways it can be expressed. He's about to define it here, I trust. But neurotic, a lot of times when you see those quintessentially female behaviors, when you're just like in your head, you don't usually react to it, you don't say anything to it, but in your head, you're like, God damn. And the chiefly female ways that women react under stress, anger, pressure, or disappointment can sometimes be dangerous. I remember one time I was in Costa Rica, then I'm gonna go ahead and play this. I was in Costa Rica with the young lady I was dating at the time, feminist actually, turned out. I was a young man freshly out of college. In fact, it was like the first, it was like June, right after graduation. And we're driving in the mountains of Costa Rica. And I kid you not, in the mountains of Costa Rica, there was a 16-wheeler truck. And you're in the mountains and the road is curvy. And we're driving down, and I assumed the truck would like stop and let us get around. I don't know if the truck didn't see us. I don't know if he was trying to kill us. I don't know if he just didn't care. I don't know what the case was, but as we were trying to go around a curve, and mind you, we're in Costa Rica, a developing country, there's no guardrails, and it's just basically a drop to you are no longer living. and we're driving and the truck starts going at the same time. And the curve was such that it's like the truck's body was like partially almost hanging over, and we had to like sneak by. Like my tire was like basically sliding off the edge of essentially a gravel dirt cliff. And as I was doing this very maneuver, the young lady I was in was like, oh my God, slapping her hands all over, slapping her, like almost hitting me while I'm trying to maintain the wheel. And I'm just thinking, yo, like, you're not even you're in the passenger seat, shorty, like, chill. Like, if this truck does not accidentally nick us and cause us to tumble down the side of this mountain and die, you're going to hit my arm and cause the wheel to shift. And we only have like 3 freaking inches of margin of error. 3 inches the wrong way, it's a wrap. And I was just like, and I didn't say anything. I just stayed locked in until we got past. And she was like, oh my God, literally crying. Because as far as she was concerned, we were about to die. It was a wrap for us. And my first thought when we got past the 16-wheeler, my first thought was, thank God I was driving. I really just took out some time and I actually thanked God that I was driving, because we would have died if it were her. We would have died. We would absolutely have not made it. One, women's motor skills are not as good as men. That's a scientific fact. But even if her motor skills were as good, her actual motor skills were as good, she had the same level of dexterity. In here, she's neurotic. She's a woman in here. And in here, we would have lost the battle and we would have tumbled down that mountain, guaranteed. Because she would either froze up and stop driving it entirely, and that truck was not stopping. That truck would have nicked us and we would have fell off the side. Or she would have continued going, but she would have overcorrected to avoid the 16-wheeler and she would have drove us off the side of the mountain. We would have not made it. And so I was just very thankful that I was driving, not her. And if she was driving and we tumbled down the side of that mountain to our demise, I couldn't be mad at her, because I essentially would have put her in a position that she was not qualified to be in, which was a tense, high stress situation that requires great decision making on the fly, high levels of dexterity and good motor skills and quick decision making. That's not what they're made for. They're not made for that. So, they're made for other things. Like I remember the last time I held a newborn. I was holding the newborn and the woman was like, no, you got to support the head, like the head, you got to hold its head. And I just felt like, oh, this little small, like squig, the thing is all squirming and moving around and it's so small. I felt awkward just like trying to hold it. I was like, but this ain't here. Like wait till it get 2 years old and then slide it my way. They're great at that. She, like the woman, instantly knew I was holding the baby wrong, support the head, and she just lay it on her boobie, and that thing be propped up properly. They're made for things like that. They're not made for high stress situations. They're neurotic. And when you you put their personality in the wrong environment, their neuroticism is going to destroy them and others. But anyways, here we go.
More neurotic than men. Well, first of all, what does that word mean? Calling someone neurotic can carry a negative tone, but neuroticism is a broad trait that everyone possesses to some degree.
Life is divided up into the horrible and the miserable. Those are the 2 categories.
Since the 1980s, psychologists have often used a group of unique characteristics used to study personalities. They call them the Big 5 personality traits, and you can remember them with the acronym OCEAN. Openness. How intellectually curious is someone? Are they willing to try new things? Conscientiousness. How self-disciplined and prepared is someone? Extroversion. How much does someone enjoy interacting with other people and engaging with the world? Agreeableness. How well does someone play with others versus acting out of their own self-interest?
And these traits and your measure on these traits are very connected to gender. Agreeableness, he just mentioned. You remember the video I showed you at the beginning, agreeableness. You want to be likable. You want to feel like you're agreeing with the other person to keep everybody happy. That's why when the Taiwanese woman went up to meet Xi Jinping, the Chinese dictator, he didn't care how you feel about him. He's like, look, you hear me? Like, I don't need to smile. This is how I feel. I don't feel like smiling. I don't need to look like I agree with you. I don't want you to agree with me. I don't care how you feel. Where she shows up, big smile, happy to see you. She wants them to feel happy about the interaction. We all need to feel like we're vibing here. We need to vibe. Chiefly female trait, which is another reason it's hard to trust them. Marquett, what do you mean? It's hard to trust them because they're indiscriminate with wanting to be liked and wanting to be approved of. They want like the general world to approve of them, the general world to think they're good looking, the general world to be impressed with them. When really they should only be concerned about what their man thinks. Their individual man should be the only voice that matters.
And finally, neuroticism, the tendency to have strong negative emotions like anger, fear, or depression. People with high neuroticism to have strong.
And listen to me, and I just hate to have to say this out loud, but it's factual, and some of you guys know it. And this is why when you're looking for a woman, look for a happy woman, which it doesn't really entirely exist, but there's levels to it. Some women are never happy. I mean, never. There's always a problem. There's always a problem. And half the time it's you, nigga. They're going to find a way to make you the problem. Find a woman who's generally happy, and also teach your woman that you are not responsible for making her happy. Happy should be a part of who you and what you are, like your makeup, your inclination. You're always leaning toward happiness. You might be able to enhance it, but you don't need to create it. You know, sometimes women will think that you're responsible for making them happy. No, thank you. I'll accept being responsible for maybe making you happier. I'll throw an ER on there, but I can't put the whole root word on there, baby. You got to show up with something. But anyways, let's work.
Strong negative emotions like anger, fear, or depression. People with high neuroticism respond badly to stress. They can interpret ordinary situations as.
Women have high neuroticism. They respond poorly to stress. Do you think that running a country is perhaps the most stressful job on earth? So of all the jobs on earth, you're suggesting that we should give the most stressful job to a female? Oh, please. Oh, please. Come on. Only a beta male would think that, and the reason that a beta male would think that is because beta males view themselves as the same as females. Subconsciously, they're the same as females. That's why they believe in equality. That's why they're willing to engage with a female like a female. Come on now. Come on now. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeedy.
Threatening and may find minor frustrations to be overwhelming. It also has some benefits as well, which I'll get into later. Now, the Big Five isn't a perfect measurement of who you are, but it's the most common way to categorize personalities. And in virtually every...
he shouldn't say it's the most common way to categorize personalities. I think what he's suggesting is that it is the most common way that personalities are assessed in the field of psychology. So I don't want you guys to think that like everybody else is walking around using these measures. This is within academia.
Study, women, on average, consistently rank higher in neuroticism than men.
Consistently rank higher, more fearful, less happy, more unable to deal with the itty bitty challenges of daily life. I remember when I was a young man, I keep hearing women saying that they get migraines. And I was like, yo, what is that? And I would even hear women talk about having headaches. I'm like, why though? Like, did you get a concussion? Like, were you playing football, or you're playing like you got punched in the head? Like, why do you have a headache? To this day, I almost never get headaches. If I have a headache, I know that something's wrong. You know, I'm like, I must be like down bad. I almost never have headaches, and I've never had a migraine. I don't even know what that is. But women know these things well. And I don't know if they're real or if they're psychological, who knows? But it's one of those things that's just very closely associated with the human female. It's like they always need something to complain about. This doesn't mean I don't appreciate them, but you know, the thermostat's not right, it's too cold. Then you turn on the AC, then it's too hot. Like something's always not right.
It's not even an arguable contention among people who've looked into the data.
No. No.
What?
My bag! It's gone!
What bag?
Brown bag!
Now, it's important to remember that these are averages of population. Neuroticism isn't just for women. All traits are distributed on a bell curve of some sort. And because of that, when a population average is different, you'll usually see greater differences on the outliers, like men, who rank higher on disagreeableness, even if the population difference is relative.
And this is important. This is why you don't really find female innovators, female geniuses, female creatives, like truly creative, because to disagree is fundamental to creating something new or to innovate, going away from the norm. Women are not innovators. They're not geniuses. They're not creators because they're all about being agreeable. Go with the flow. That's why when you watch those podcasts and the women, they're like, hey, rate each other. And they're all like, oh, you're a 10, you're a 10, you're a 10. You're all 10s. They're agreeable. They want to be nice, play nice, make everybody feel good at the expense of the truth. At the expense of the truth. Huh? How could they ever innovate when they're all trying to think within the same pattern of thought? You can go to any country and find women with fake eyelashes and fake nails and painted nails. You can go to any country and find women behaving the same way as women in another country because they see it on social media and television, and women will emulate and they will stick to the script. They're very conformist. Whereas if you go to the United Arab Emirates, you'll see men dressed a certain way. Then you go to India, you'll see the men dressed in cultural garb. Then you go to Nigeria, you'll see men dressed in the cultural garb, and you'll see the differences. And there are very few things that you can track consistent across all populations of men. With women, you can track consistently. They'll all get breast implants. They'll all do the butt injections. They'll all do the lip fillers, the ones that need it. No one needs it, meaning the ones that have thin lips. But you can't track anything like that really with men. Because one, we're not that vain. We don't view ourselves as sexual objects. And we're not that conformist. We're comfortable being ourselves because we're not as neurotic. We're comfortable being imperfect. Women will make every effort to be perfect, even though they make themselves look worse in the process. So, for example, it's the effeminate males, the beta males, that tend to take on the behaviors of women, which is the over-obsession with appearance. Come on now. Come on now. Yeah, we getting into some real game today, little buddy. Yes, sirree. Bobby. Shout out to Luis, comes in via PayPal. He writes, peace to the saints. I'm grateful for this live session. SAS in Los Angeles. Appreciate you. Good to see you. May I also acknowledge Mr. Gardner writes, peace to the saints. Tuition to Burton University. I appreciate you. And shout out to the section in South Carolina. May I also acknowledge North Carolina. May I also acknowledge Clay. He writes, peace to the saints. Tuition for the good work. Appreciate you. Shout out to the folks supporting the work. I also acknowledge Michael. He writes, I'm an owner-operator at a trucking company, and the female manager fired me for not accepting a load. She rehired me the next day because she said she was just stressed out and going through a lot that day. Ooh-wee. And that, my friends, is why Ike Turner is the greatest philosopher on gender relations to have ever lived. And I fully believe that story because that's how they operate. Listen, there's one young lady I know, beautiful girl, inside and out, except maybe 2 or 3 things, but we'll just discuss one. She's very flighty, and some of you may have experienced this, right? She's loyal and flighty at the same time. So, me, I'm gonna stick to the script. So if you can't follow program, then we can't make progress. We can only progress when you can follow that program. And so women will think because women are narcissistic. So a narcissist is always concerned about what they think, the way they see the world. So let me give you an example. For me, if I meet a woman and she's following program and I observe her, say, for 2 months intently, every day for 2 months, like, damn, she's really on program. I have a strong understanding of who she is. I'd have kids with that woman 2 months in. I could be with another woman for 4 years and she's not sticking with program, or if I tell her something, she has some back talk, or she's like bucking up. I might truly believe you'll do pretty much anything for me. You empty out your bank account for me. You'll go to the ends of the earth to preserve my life and my reputation. All that can be true. But if you're not on program 100%, I don't care if it's been 4 years, we're not ever going to make progress. We only make progress when you're on program. So Shorty will observe another woman, pass her up. And she's like, yo, how did she get in closer than I did? And I've been here for all this time and I did all this for you. All the things you did for me, I appreciate them, but I didn't need any of them. And I didn't necessarily want them. I'll take them. They're good. It adds value. But the major value add is you need to be on program. Shorty came in the door 100% on program. So things flowed so fast and smoothly because she came in, sir, yes, sir. I'm a woman. I'm going to stay in a woman's place. I'm going to operate in the way that a woman should at all times. There's no 2% of the time you got to say, hey, you're off program. And when she does that, she's shooting straight to the top. Promotions. You could be here for 4 years. You could have bought me a Rolls Royce, but you were off program for 3%, 4%, 5% of the time. And I need 100% from you. As far as that program go, it'll be 100% on program. So she'll get mad and be like, I'm done. Take 3 days off, hit you back up. She'll tell you, I never want to see you again. Take a week off, hit you back up. I hate you. Take 4 days off, hit you back up. And beta males will never experience this. Well, Marquett, what do you mean? A woman's a woman's a woman. No. Women treat men according to who the guy is. So if you're a beta male, she tells you, I hate you, I'm done. Well, first off, she'll never get to that point because a beta male never stands on anything. So she never can hate a beta male because he doesn't stand on anything. He'll never like stomp down on her. He'll never let her know, hey, it's my way or the highway. He'll never say that. So she'll never hate him because hate requires passion. And it's like another form of love, right? So that'll never happen. But she will tell a beta male the same thing she might tell an alpha male, a desirable male. I think I'll just start saying a desirable male. I like that better. It's more meaningful. She will tell a beta male the same thing she'll tell an alpha male, in as much as she'll say, hey, I'm done. I'm not interested anymore. But the difference is she'll tell the beta male, I'm done, and she's done. She's never coming back. It's a wrap for you, buddy. She tells me, I'm done. Yeah, I don't believe you at all. You don't believe you. Literally, if I told you you're not done right now, you'd change your mind, which I'm not going to do. I'm going to tell you to go, get, yeah. When she tells the beta male she's done because she never really wanted him in the first place. And more importantly, she knows there's 1,000 of them. It's easy to find a beta male. It's as easy as, found a beta male. Found a beta male. Found another beta male. It's easy. It's simple. So when she says she's done, it's a wrap. When she says that to a desirable male, she'd be back. You ain't even got a trip. You could keep her right there if you wanted to, but a desirable male doesn't need to try to retain her. Why? Because you got other options. You got incoming traffic. You dig? Yeah, she going out the back door, another one coming in the front door. What are we talking about, sis? Go ahead. Let me help you pack your bag. Can I call you an Uber? What are we talking about? Get a life. Get a life.
Small, the overwhelming number of people who rank as the most disagreeable are men. That's why prisons are filled up with men. So now that we know what neuroticism is all about, the question is why? Why are women more neurotic than men? We'll look at social, biological, and evolutionary explanations. Now,
yeah, that's cool. They're wired that way. Carrying on.
In the politicized worlds of studying gender, to some, the only acceptable answers for differences between men and women are social influences. And so
right, which is BS, but carrying on.
Certainly society could be a factor when it comes to neuroticism. It's certainly more acceptable for women to be emotional, both in the
Yeah, and the reason we accept it is because we know it's wired in. We know that it's not going to go anywhere. There's no amount of talking, training, conditioning, professional development, self-improvement that's going to stop a woman from behaving like a woman. It's impossible. That's why we accept it. And fundamentally, you can observe in the society that we do not essentially expect most women to behave as reliable adults. We mostly don't expect that. It's just not an expectation in society. We'll get into it. Shout out to Sam, of course, and Calvin. He writes, hello, Saint. Longtime Patreon supporter. At some point, I know Patreon wasn't an option, so I had canceled for Kick Exclusive. Are you back on Patreon? Peace to the Saints. Peace to the Saints is where you want to be. peacetothesaints.com. Shout out to Chris, and thank you for the support. He writes, women can lead you. It just won't be in the right direction. Peace to the Saints. I hear that. Oh, and that reminds me, where's our beta mail? I sent that beta mail the link to join on, and he never clicked it. Surprise, surprise. Mouse acknowledge Rakeley. He writes, quote, don't eliminate them from the role, end quote. Genghis Khan felt differently about superiority, inferiority. Exactly. Shout out to Lord Geotron writes, peace to the Saints tuition. Thanks for giving us some insights. Man, this is more than that, man. He writes, Saint, I don't forget second-rate behavior. Rhett writes, I need thisism. Man, we all need thisism. Shout out to TTV writes, peace to the Saints. May also acknowledge American writes, peace to the Saints, Mr. Burton. I find it comical how leftists believe Kamala Harris wouldn't have ordered strikes on Iran. You even have recordings of, what's her name? Hillary Clinton stating years ago that the first thing she would do is bomb Iran. What they don't realize is that whether it was Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, they're all controlled by the same group. So they were going to do the same thing because none of them were actually standing up with integrity. He writes that they fail to realize that our political leaders, especially the president, are compromised 100%. Shout out to a sower of seed writes, speaking of what you brought up, upon getting the numbers of two women, both of them blocked me after I texted or called. Straight goofy. Yeah, and exactly. You know, the funny thing, even the concept of giving out the wrong number, this is very womanly because the most honorable thing to say is if a guy says, hey, can I get your number? And you're a woman who's not interested, you're single, but you're just not interested, would be to say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. End it there. But instead, they'll tell some kind of a lie like, oh, I don't give out my number. Take my Snapchat. This has never happened to me ever in life, but I hear this from the young boys. Or they'll say, oh, I don't give out my number. Take my IG. This has never happened to me. I hear this from my young boys. Not to say that there's anything wrong with it. I just think that my observations is that if you're a certain stature, and obviously generationally, I'm older than you guys who are in your late teens, women are going to come at you a different way because another thing about women is they really have an eye for resources. And if they perceive you as a man with capital, various types of capital, financial capital, social capital, you're connected, they don't want to tell you no, just like that woman taught me about. They don't want to tell you no. So they'll tell you yes, and they'll basically bow down, even if they're not necessarily at that time romantically interested in you. So I almost never hear no. But there's various ways they'll dress it up for someone in my position. And that's something to understand about women, is that they're not going to be direct for various reasons. This young lady writes, some guys are violent. Some guys definitely are violent. Some guys are rude. And that's one of my whole points, is that the female's operating based on her wiring and her biological reality, which is of weakness. And weakness is not going to favor truth, because truth can get you into some sticky situations. So I agree with you 100%. What she's essentially saying is that she lives in the ghetto, and if a hood nigga from Atlanta walk up to her like, hey, twin, you know what I'm saying, shorty, you know what I'm saying, twin, you know what I'm saying, let me get your dumber. And then she was like, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. He's like, what, PH? And he started going crazy. She feels like she may be under threat. I totally understand. So instead, she lies to him to avoid direct conflict. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Now, so that's one of their reasons for lying. I get it. However, as far as assassin culture goes, our women and even our men, we always say travel in tribes, which is to say it's a wicked world out here. Men, we should generally be traveling, as a pack, as a family. And ladies, you should generally, if you can, be with your man or be at home or be with your family, whether it's your sisters, your cousins, your aunts, or your girlfriends. A woman really should not be out anywhere dolo. Sure, it's Manhattan, but I get you. Yeah, you're probably a dirtbag. You live in New York. There's not a lot of good women in New York. I've met zero. Anyways, carrying on. I'm going to pray for you, though, sis. I'm going to pray for you. New York is just like a factory of all things bad. You dig? Boy, it's a factory of all things bad. Shout out to William. He writes, women should be allowed. The public will see how ineffective they are. Then they'll never be voted in again. Natural selection type thing. LOL. So the truth is that we're in a society that is so sick, we will observe the wrong thing go on and let it happen. That's why the Epstein class is ruling you. We'll observe the wrong thing go on and let it happen. That's why you have gender reassignment surgery for children in California, and the parents don't have to be notified. We will let the wrong thing go on and just observe it. That's why you have female police officers who clearly can't even protect themselves. How could they protect the public? Yet we still have them. So no, there won't be a situation whereby we allow someone to be misplaced into a position and then the society operates rationally and says, fix that. We're past that time. Much of the world, the Western world especially, is mentally ill. And you think I might be hyperbolic. No, I'm being serious. They're mentally ill. In America, it's so obvious in people's weight. To be overweight is an expression of mental illness. You're taking your own life slowly. To overeat, generally it comes from unhappiness and the effort of self-negation. And I hate to have to say this because I know some people watching are probably overweight, but I would like to free you with this truth that's rarely stated. To be overweight is to be mentally ill. And I've even experienced it, not being overweight, but what leads to being overweight is, eating the wrong foods, especially foods that are too immediately satisfying, but not ones that will sustain you over the long term, sweets and things like this. And admittedly, I'm very fortunate that I'm a very happy, up-tempo person. Maybe it's because of the circumstances of my life. Maybe it's because of my wiring and my neurochemistry. Who knows? Maybe a combination of all of it. But every now and then I experience what other people experience in terms of, you don't feel so up or so happy. And this will occur. Oh, it looks like our guy is here. Hey there. Are you here to debate?
Yeah. Hello. I'm here to debate. Yeah.
Excellent. Are you aware that you need to turn your camera on?
Well, the nature of my argument is very controversial, so I don't want to get into any trouble in my personal life. I feel like that's reasonable.
Were you aware you feel? I bet you do feel that way. Were you aware of the rules before you called in? Would you be honest with that?
No, I am aware. That's why I'm making a request.
Before you called in, you knew that you were required to turn your camera on.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you at least being honest about that. Okay. And so your story is that you're essentially scared that you will suffer consequences. So you'd like to keep your camera off because you're convinced that no one will recognize your voice.
I mean, it's possible someone could recognize my voice, but I feel like it's a little less likely in comparison to seeing me. You know what I mean?
Proceed. I'm listening to you, sir.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe that women should be leaders, but I feel like you don't believe your own message because, for instance, you're telling people that they should have children and things like that. But at the end of the day, we all know that the government is behind the woman when it comes to children. And we all know that since women have an incentive to leave you and put you on child support, and they will inevitably do it, it's just a matter of time. So you essentially are purposely setting yourself up to lose your child and pay her money. And you're probably thinking, well, what's the relevance of that in allowing women to lead? Well, when she leaves you and takes your child, she will then be the leader of your child, right? She will then be the leader of your child, and you have no power or say in the matter because she's backed by the government enforcement. So how do you not see the oxymoron and the contradiction in that?
I don't see the oxymoron because I believe this term typically refers to two words coming together in direct contradiction. Do I see the contradiction in the way you formulated that? Not really. But I think what you're trying to ask me is, do I understand what you're saying? And yes, I do. I have good English comprehension skills. So yes, I understand what you're saying. Before I respond to you, and I appreciate you articulating that argument, I think we can have a very meaningful conversation. What was the controversial part that makes you scared to turn on your camera? Like, which part of that was controversial?
Well, that part isn't controversial, but I have other perspectives that are pretty controversial. Like, if I was just to give you an example here, for example, you pride yourself on being someone who's never put his hands on a woman before. But I believe that it is actually impossible to ever have a society of in-order women without putting your hands on them. Okay.
When you make an argument, a good argument, it usually has to start from a premise that's not faulty. So, which is to say your initial assertion needs to actually be true. And so you usually ask, well, what's the evidence of that? So remember that piece. We'll come back to this second item that you said is more controversial. And I agree with you. That is more controversial. So we'll deal with the first part. And you stated that I encourage people to have children. This is imprecise, and precision is very important. So I don't encourage people to have children. In fact, I'm pleased that a lot of the people who don't have children are not having children. Most of them I'm pleased with. I'm pleased that the Skittle guzzlers don't procreate and have children. I encourage the good peoples of the earth to have kids. Those who have EQ and IQ and are more likely to leave a positive legacy. And if nature is somehow coded in our DNA, it's more likely that their superior genetic material being propagated is a net positive for the society. That's number one. Your argument was very flawed in as much as there were many inherent assumptions, and most of them wrong. So you asked me, or rather you assumed that I want everyone to procreate. No, that's not true. I want the good people to procreate, which is an extreme minority of humankind, which is why they should procreate to increase their percentage of the population. That's number one. Number two, if you are to procreate with a woman, this does not require that you're under the structure of legal marriage, or that you sign a birth certificate, or that you be subject to the woman in any legal fashion. She would then have to go through a number of hoops to even get you associated with that child. And there are many techniques and strategies to prevent this that I talk about in the Big Game Conference. This is actually a very core aspect of it, because I agree with you. Those are known threats that we need to navigate. In addition to that, you also may have heard me reference a couple of news articles wherein guys, upon being divorced and having half their stuff taken or being hit with alimony, they flipped out and basically Charlie Kirk'd the girl. And I said, probably this is good for society. Hopefully we can stack up a lot of these in quick succession, because this is the extreme happening that'll cause the society to try to reevaluate, because society is so irrational that you need extreme things like this to cause people to say, oh, maybe this is not a good idea. The data itself is not going to teach people, because the data indicates that nuclear families staying together under patriarchy yield the best outcomes for the children, which are the future, and that is most important. So in the Big Game Conference, and I actually do have one coming up, you can go to peaceofthesaints.com to get the tickets. We talk about exactly how a wise man navigates some of the booby traps, or booty traps, if you like, that you described. I yield the floor.
Okay, so you have some strategies that you're not willing to tell the public on how to avoid things like child support and custody issues.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess since I don't know what those things are, it's really difficult for me to challenge them because I don't really know what the strategies are. You know?
That's correct. But one thing you do know is that I started from the absolute bottom and I'm pretty high up. And that's from being smart. That's what you do know. So I tell you, if you bet with me, you're probably going to win. You bet against me, and that's a bet I wouldn't take. So there's that.
Okay, fair. Well, what about my second thing that I had said, where I said it is actually impossible to have a society of, in order, submissive, in-pocket women without men who are willing to backhand them at times.
You'll always have men who are willing to backhand them. Now, if we had laws that were more favorable and allowed a man to establish discipline within his household, certainly it would expedite the process. There is no doubt as well that there are a number of other strategies that can be used that are also effective, that don't require you to, have to lay five across our eyes. So, for example, if we were to remove the existence of alimony, child support, and remove the social welfare state, if a woman was to get out of pocket and her husband merely said, leave the house, you must go, then she would find a way to fix her attitude fairly quickly. Or if domestic violence itself was not even something you call the police for, which was actually the case in the United States for a significant most of American history. So there are a number of ways to do it without encouraging
but
that
even
kind of behavior.
Even when you tell her to leave, she gets to take your children.
Well, I already spoke of the modifications to law. So what your argument is not about her taking the children. Your argument is about the necessity for her to, for the male to exercise corporal punishment on the female. That's your argument, right? So track yourself.
Right. But what
Now,
I'm saying is I'm pointing out the what would make your reaction not effective, because, okay, let's say you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to be physical, but I'm just going to ask her to leave. Okay, sure. But then she's going to leave and then break your family apart and take your children. Whereas let's just say you whooped her instead, your family still stays together and you still establish order.
That's not going to go well. Have you ever?
The only thing that would make it not go well is the law.
No, that's not going to go well. I could tell you never had a chick lay some money on you. You did. You never had her get it off the blade. I could tell. So let's say that there's three kind of chicks in the way that they react to whoopings. So there are women who need you to whoop them. Like they actually want you to lay hands on them because they're fundamentally dysfunctional and they grew up in such a broken home, broken family, if you will, which not quite a family, where they understand love through the lens of chaos, and the only intense emotional experience or connection that they got from their parents, be it their father, mother, or grandmother, was when they made a mistake and then mom had to take off of one of her 3 jobs and come down to the school and say, girl, you made me take off from my job. These white people I work for gonna fire me, boy, and then just whoops the crap out of the girl. But here's the thing. In the absence of that experience, the mom is aloof because she's working 3 jobs and I'm a tired single mother. Ain't nobody help me. She's absent. So the girl's understanding of family, connection, and love is that whooping that mom gives when mom is hyper focused on her, giving her attention and that direct high emotional output. And you got a lot of black girls like this. You got them of every race, but there's a preponderance of black American women in this category. And this kind of woman, you have to whoop her. She wants you to whoop her. She'll do things to provoke you to whoop her. So that's one female type. Then you have another female type, and we're going to the extremes just to, kind of make this simple for the folks who three types. Then there's the second kind of female. She is truly suffering from oppositional defiant disorder. You whoop her. Now, she didn't win because she can't outmatch you physically, but you whooped her and you opened up a level of opposition and defiance and hate within her that will never, ever, 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 ever be corrected. You hear me? She hates your guts. She'll be there and she might comply at a level because you're bigger and stronger, but she's feigning compliance and she's doing it because you made her do it. And your days with her will be unpleasant, and your days with her might not be many. You don't have to worry about her running off. You have to worry about her cutting your throat while you're sleeping. There are women like that. There's no amount of whooping that's going to change the core of who they are. And those women are best for being, in the streets. There's a section of the human population that is not meant to be domesticated. Then you have the third part, which I think you're confusing the nature of this woman. You're thinking, okay, she got out of line, give her a whooping, she'll get back in line, she'll be fine. This is the more submissive type of woman. But the more submissive type of woman is submissive by nature. She may have gotten out of line because she's a female, so she's actually also unruly by nature, but it's very limited. It's very limited. So in as much as that's the case, you could break her down from the mouthpiece. And one thing I'm sure you've never done, I know you've never done this, not many have. If you could tell a woman, here, come here, sit down right here, baby. Tell her that you're disappointed in her. And that alone, you just take a couple seconds, don't even say anything, just look at her for about 20 seconds, just stare at her. And then tell her, I'm disappointed in you. That's it. I'm disappointed in you. And mean it. And because she esteems you and respects you and you're the guy to her, that meant everything. You'll break her down to tears right there. And if it's not that, you can break her down from the mouthpiece so viciously you don't need to lay a hand on her. Really the whooping is for certain situations. But I could tell you this, even in a perfect world where you could exercise corporal punishment within your own home, if I felt like I had to do that, I wouldn't want her after that. I'd rather throw her away after that, me personally. I yield the floor.
Okay. That's actually, that actually makes a lot of sense. That's kind of how I feel, because I'm like, well, if you have to put your hands on a girl, she's not even worth keeping, because your life is always going to be high stress and hostile, because she's going to constantly put you in a position where you have to rediscipline her again. But my thing about that is this.
Correct.
My thing about that is this, right?
There may be a female with a fake profile photo. She writes, I would laugh if a man told me that. Young lady, if you would like to come on, we'd be very interested to hear your perspective.
Wow.
So feel free to come on.
See, there you go. So it's almost like some of them almost, and I know it's like kind of harsh to say this, and this is what I mean when I say it's controversial, but it's almost like some of them don't respect anything but a whooping. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's like, it's either you just dump them completely, but we already talked about that. That means she gets to take your children, and God forbid you've legally married her or something like that. Now you're in bigger trouble.
Do you mind if I address that part?
Yeah, sure.
Do you mind if I address that part?
Yeah.
So the good news for you as a man, and there's a lot of good news. If a woman is truly a dirtbag, you're going to find out pretty quickly. So say you get her pregnant and then you find out she's a dirtbag. I can't tell you how many women I see on Instagram. They're taking maternity photos. They're pregnant in the photo. There's no man around. So things have fallen apart before she could even have the child. That's how quickly you're going to find out she's a dirtbag, especially if she's pregnant, because she has even more hormones. So even more of her is going to come out faster, unadulterated and unfiltered. So you're going to end up breaking up with the girl before the baby's even out. Or if somehow you survive that part, baby comes out, And within the first couple of years, she wants to flip and take the kids. Then Book of Dark Truths, and I'll share this gem with everyone. Some people have inherent power, and then other people only have power you allow them to have. And for those of you, if you like this talk right here, this is Book of Dark Truths type of knowledge. You're going to want to get it. You can get it at school.com/Marquett/classrooms. Just a lot of things we can't say in the public. But there's two kinds of powers. There's one power is inherent. It's always there, is real power. And then there's another form of power that you allow someone to have. So number one, say if I'm engaging with a woman, there's an inherent power. Like I could take her life with my bare hands and it wouldn't even be that hard. That's an inherent power and it's always there. Then the whole bit that you said, oh, she just takes your kids. So it's like she's exercising a power over you. But that's only if you give her power, which is to say that's only if you care or if you allow her to think you care or if you allow that to have meaning. So if she is going to take the kids and you're not on the birth certificate and you move to a new location and she can't serve you with papers and she can't get a DNA test, and you also made it clear that if you try to catch me up with the coppers, I'm going to make sure that you don't live long to collect these child support payments. And you should believe me because I deliver like Amazon Prime, you dig? So, but hey, if you want to take the kids, take them, take the kids. I'll make a new set. Yeah, I'll make a new set with a better woman who's younger and more obedient. No problem. Take those kids. They got your DNA in them and you're a dirtbag, so they probably ain't worth nothing anyways. Take them. What do I care? So now she has no power. You'll hear people saying that the woman is like using the kids against him. She can only use the kids against you if you care. If you're like, hey, you're a dirtbag, take those kids with you. That's an L. Now she has fewer prospects in the dating market. She has more expenses and less time. That's an L for her. Whereas you're still like, no, go get a younger woman that's more obedient and try the whole thing all over again. I yield the floor.
True, but the thing is, like, there's a high likelihood that that new woman is also going to be rebellious, also going to be defiant, and also going to inevitably put you in the same position where you have to either whoop her or leave her. And it's going to be like this never-ending cycle of defiant women. You said it yourself. You said it yourself that they're essentially unruly by nature.
They are unruly, and there's levels to it. Just like there's levels to intelligence, there's levels to all things. People have different dispositions. But I'll tell you this. If you, and it sounds like this is a you problem, if you find that you're consistently encountering women who are very rebellious, very unruly, that has something to do with either the way you're perceived by the world or the type of women you're selecting. In the Big Game Conference, the first thing we talk about is selection. So we talk about, this triangle of human existence. This small part of the triangle are women who are the wife mother category.
Then we have this unruly and defiant by nature. You said it yourself.
That's correct. And I don't know if it's a learning disability, but I said there's levels to it, right? So they're unruly by nature, meaning they're all unruly. But here's the levels to it. You have one woman who's unruly and you told her to do 10 things that day. She did 9 of them. And the 10th one, she wanted to do her way. It wasn't that she didn't do what you asked her to do, it's that she didn't do it the way you told her to do it. For example, if you have an American style bedroom, which is very matriarchal, it has all those damn pillows that you can't sleep on. They're all extra fluffy, got shams everywhere, and it's all fancy. You can't even sleep on these pillows, right? Me, in my owner's suite, I say, make my bed. Don't put the fancy pillows on there. Put them in storage. I don't want those on my bed. When I get in the bed, I got a lights out. I don't need to take off 30 pillows to relocate them somewhere else. So she did all 10 things I asked, but the 10th thing was put the pillows away. But she put the pillows on. And I say, hey, why are those pillows on my bed? I told you to not put them on there. And she's like, oh, you have a California king bed. Your bed is so big, you could literally just slide them to the side and go to sleep and you wouldn't even notice. But your comforter and your pillows are so beautiful. It's more beautiful than like the most expensive hotel. How can I put these beautiful silk pillows in storage? It looks so good. Your interior design is gorgeous. Like, it wouldn't be right to put them away. It's unruly because I didn't tell you to do that. I told you to do something else. But you're being a woman, and the woman's instinct is to beautify, and this is a violation, but it's a small enough violation that we can let it go. We can deal with it. Now, will I probably tell her to collect these pillows, like I said, and put them away? Probably, or maybe not. It's a small enough violation, and she understands the type of man I am to know, okay, maybe you can get away with that. But if you try to take too many liberties, then you're going to get your walking papers. And she stays within bounds. But you'll never have a woman who is a robot. You'll have a woman who is a woman. And so when I say there's levels to unruly, one woman's level of unruly, the wife mother, might be she put the fancy pillows on your bed when you told her not to. Another woman's form of unruly is you told her, we don't do male friends. What you think this is, shorty? But my best friend is a guy. And you was like, okay, well, listen, either you're going to be with me and you're going to live according to this ism, or you're not. Decide right now, though, like literally right now. She said, okay, I'll be with you. And then next thing you know, she got some beta male friend named Joseph or what have you. That's a huge violation. She got to go. But you see, there's levels to it. And that's my whole point. So if you find that you're consistently encountering the women, their level of being unruly is very high, that has to do with your selection, A, and also B, the quality of guy you are to be able to get the most desired women that are truly the wife mother archetype. So when you're describing an endless cycle of all bad things, it's not the case that there are no women that are worthwhile. Is it a very small percentage? Hell yeah, very small. I yield the floor.
See, and my argument is that small percentage that you're talking about, if that small percentage lives in the West, they will be influenced by the greater culture, which is basically the message of that culture is to pretty much be as defined as possible, not listen to a man, leave a man for pretty much anything. And it's almost like she'll just get sort of brainwashed, because you said it yourself, women are followers by nature. So even if a woman is inherently good, is inherently submissive by nature.
That she's inherently good.
No. I'm just saying, let's just say you find like a small percentage woman that wants to be submissive, that doesn't want to be a defiant woman and stuff like this. What I'm saying is, because of the culture she's growing up in and the people she's going to meet at work, the people she's going to meet at school, the girls over there, the influences that they're going to have on her, you know, the music, the movies, the media, everything like that, it's going to make it so difficult for you to rein her in, you know what I'm saying? Because that culture is going to pretty much poison her. You see this a lot with people that may go overseas, get a wife from somewhere over there, and he might get this woman from a very conservative country, conservative culture, right? And then he brings that woman back to the United States, and she just completely changes. I'm not just talking about she starts treating him bad, but her entire nature changes. The way she dresses, speaks.
Nature does not change.
I'm saying the way she presents herself and stuff like that.
I hate to interrupt you, but I have a sense of the argument you're going to make. So if you would permit me, I'm just going to engage your argument. So,
I'm basically saying the West is going to ruin it no matter what.
Yes,
go ahead.
Yes, I understand. I don't know how familiar you are with me, but I've pretty much seen everything there is in terms of women. Whether you want to talk about promiscuous women in Brazil and Puerto Rico, or you want to talk about La República Dominicana, which is basically a brothel. It's not even a country, it's a brothel. Or you want to leave Latin America and go up to Canada and find women who are quite well educated, but very liberal. Or you want to go over to Northern Europe and find women who are tall and good looking, but woefully feminist. You want to head over to Eastern Europe and they have nice, long, natural hair, good looking women. And they're kind of somewhere in the middle, but leaning toward conservative. They'll still cook up a meal, but they
that's
expect
because of
you to
the
have
men.
money.
Though. That's because of the greater culture, and the men. It's not the women. It's the culture.
Are you interrupting me?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
What countries have you been to in Eastern Europe? You don't start a sentence. Just tell me the countries.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I haven't been to Eastern Europe, but I am familiar with their culture. I know the men.
Do you think that I asked you that question while already knowing the answer to it?
Well, the thing is, not
don't
really.
Start a sentence with is not an actual word. I don't mind if you start talking and then during a sentence you say that's fine. That makes sense because you were thinking and then maybe you need to reload. But if you take my master communicator course, one of the things I teach you is that you're not required to start talking, which means that you can choose when you start talking so you can figure out what to say. Therefore, the first word should never be I don't expect anyone to think as fast as I do, but I do expect you as a man to hold position and start talking when you decide. You don't have to be rushed. You can hold it, figure out what you want to say, and then hit me with it. That's some free master communicator game. For those of you who need to learn better communication, which is all of you, school.com/Marquett, click classrooms, master communicator. And I create most of my courses out of frustration, not out of pleasure. I yield the floor.
Yes, all I was trying to say, and I'm sorry that I cut you off. All I was trying to say was that the reason that you go to these different places and the women are going to be different depending on the location to some degree isn't necessarily because of the woman. Though I do believe that the races, now this, I don't know if this is called, this is something that white supremacists talk about a lot, but I'm not a white supremacist, but I do believe that women of different races do tend to have different character traits and defiance levels and stuff like this on averages, but that's a different topic. But what I was going to say was the differences that you're going to see in these different countries is going to be based on the larger culture and the men and the way the men deal with the women and the way they're raised and what's tolerated and things of that nature. You know, that's why if you go to, Afghanistan, the women, I'd be willing to extremely submissive women, but I doubt
Have you been to Kabul?
It's because they're just
Have you been to Kabul?
I doubt it's because it's just the women are just so submissive naturally. It's because of the culture that they're growing up in. You know what I'm saying?
Have you been to Kabul?
Cabo, no.
Kabul or Cabo, either one. Yeah, so there are a number of factors that influence that. Economics is one of them. So a lot of, especially folks like you who are speculating, and again, this is something that I encourage people not to do. It's not very manly to speculate. It's okay to study, but I don't even think you've studied. I think that you're speculating, you're utilizing hearsay.
Just observation and analysis. That's all.
You can't observe if you've never been to Afghanistan. What's the capital of Afghanistan?
What's the capital of it?
Yes, sir.
Damn,
it's not funny.
You really got me. You really got me right there, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Yes, but you know what's consistent is that I ask you questions, but I already know the answer to the question. There's not one question I've asked you and I did not already know the answer. So I want you to pick up on that. And with regards to Kabul, you kind of pronounce it funny, like Cabo in Mexico, but Kabul is the capital of Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's actually where I thought you were talking about.
Okay, very good.
Mexico.
Yeah, I figured as much, which is fine. And you're a young man and you have time to see the world and gain greater perspective. But one thing I can tell you is that a lot of things are not as they are presented. Afghanistan is run by the Taliban in actual fact, and they've made a number of strides. They are certainly a religious group, and there's Pashtun culture there. But you cannot rely on what we think Islam is supposed to be to represent the actual morality of that land. There's various countries, you can look at Pakistan and Afghanistan, where you'll find that the males engage in homosexuality, which of course is not permissible in the Quran. And if you add Iran to the list, you'll find that there's concepts of temporary marriage where they'll get married with the woman temporarily just to sleep with her. And there's various other Arab Muslim countries like Morocco or UAE, where you would think that women selling their body is not a thing, but it's quite widespread and institutionalized. And I say all that to say this, that sometimes the societies are only different on the veneer of things. However, when you dig under that triangle that I referenced and the percentages hold consistent. And again, there's levels to things. So maybe let's say that, maybe 5% of women are wife mother. And let's say, you have this middle percentage of women that are good enough to deal with in some way. You may date them as a girlfriend. You may sleep with them consistently. And then you have that bottom percentage of maybe say it's 30% of women that are really probably should just be concubines and left in the street. These percentages persist in every society, but maybe the quality of the wife mother in certain societies may be better or worse. And maybe there may be like a smaller percentage more, but the truth is this. When you claimed that a guy might meet a woman in Cambodia and she's good traditional woman, and then you bring her to America and all of a sudden she's litty and she's listening to Cardi B and she's disrespectful and she doesn't want to cook anymore, what you must understand is that her nature did not actually change. That's who she always was. And she tricked you, finessed you, and lied to you. And her family helped her in that so that she could get to the bag, which is the green card and the United States of America. Because there is no doubt that any woman who is conservative is going to be conservative on Monday and on Friday. She's going to be conservative in Saudi Arabia and in the United States because it's who they are. A tiger doesn't change their stripes. So what I want you to understand is this. The reason I can tell you these perspectives is because in these United States of America, I'm favored by women. I could get the top shelf in America. So I never have to go around the world just to get a bad chick. So I get the top shelf in America. I go to the UK, get the top shelf. I go to Australia, Monaco, go to Paris, go to Dubai, go to Macau. I'm getting top shelf everywhere. I know women. So what I know is that if I go and sample all these different types of women up and down the strata, I have a good understanding. But here's the difference. The guys you're learning from, these peons, they don't get women in America. They don't get top shelf in America. They damn sure don't get top shelf in other countries. So when they experience a woman in another country that's top shelf, that is her finessing him. She's only dealing with him because he is financially above the guys in her country. So right. What he is experiencing is the function of income. So she's with him for income, because if she was really a traditional woman, she wouldn't want to deal with a foreigner. She'd want to be traditional, stick to tradition, and deal with a man of her culture, her mother tongue, and who has family connections to her. So inevitably, any woman who wants to deal with a foreigner is not traditional. And any woman who is happy going across the planet Earth to live in a foreign country, especially one with a reputation like America, whether it's the land of opportunity or the land of sin, can only be traditional at a level. And also these women that you're referring to are often in less economically empowered positions. They're making decisions out of necessity. And so what you guys are doing, you males, is you guys are blaming the woman, claiming that she changed, when really you need to blame yourself for not seeing who she was. She didn't change. You just couldn't see who she was. And what happened is she put on the act as long as it was necessary. Once she got out of her country into your country, the land of opportunity, then she said, well, what do I need this hijab for? I didn't want to wear it when I was in Iran. I damn sure ain't about to wear it in America. I've been waiting for this. And so the monster came out. Come on, man.
Right, but I'm talking about changing women on a societal level, not an individual level.
Wait, you don't need a society of women. You just only need a guy like you only need one woman. Real bosses, they might need 2, 3, 4, 5 of them things. You only need one. So why do you need to change women on a societal level?
Well, I'm a polygamist, so I'm not gonna have
No,
just
you're
one
not.
woman.
No, you are not, sir. With all due
I am.
respect, no, you are not, sir.
Why don't you
You are
believe
not.
that? Why don't you believe that? Why don't you believe
No,
that?
no, sir. Said you are. That's the present tense. This is the same thing that Myron Gaines is on. I'm gonna have two or three wives. How many do you have now? How many girlfriends do you have like now, right now? See, people are speaking aspirationally. They're talking about what they aspire to do.
Yeah.
You are not a polygynist. You might want to be one, but I honestly, from the sounds of it, I don't think you got it in you. Just to keep it a being with you.
Why? But I'm trying to figure out why though. Like, what have I said that would make you think that I don't have it in me?
Well, you see, even though I may say things that are critical of women, women can listen and hear, and they know that I'll say things that are critical and unfavorable, but I think that they can tell that I really, really love them. I really love women. And a part of that is not only because women have great traits, being loving and submissive and cooperative and loyal and accepting you for who you are. Don't interrupt, young man. Don't interrupt, young man. You do it too much. Don't interrupt. Do not make me turn into your father here. Jesus Christ. You want to slap the broad, you need to slap yourself. You don't have discipline. Now,
okay.
You're talking about they're not those things. See, you interrupt it when you should listen so you can learn something because you are without knowledge. And that is the problem that you have. That was my whole point. You're saying that they don't have those qualities. So why would you want multiple women?
Good point.
Thank you. Now let me continue teaching. Okay. No, there's no answer that you need to give.
Okay.
I say that they do have those qualities because I know and because I live it every day. I live the lives that you and Myron lie about living. I actually live it in real life, and it's not new. I was raised on that. So when I tell you that a woman is submissive, when I tell you a woman's loyal, when I tell you a woman has these great traits, I say it because I know it, and I know it to be real. I live it. You see, you've not experienced it. That's why you're in disbelief that there are women that are trill. You haven't read my book, The Black Box. In my book, The Black Box, there's a story that I tell. When I was in science class, I used to sell some illegal things. And the security came in to search everybody. And it's ironic, the young lady just DM'd me today, but me and the homie, we basically took all of our product out and she stuffed it into her clothes so that we didn't have to go to jail and start our criminal record in middle school. Most women are not going to do that for most guys. Those are the kind of women I deal with. I also deal with women that, they'll lay it on you, put them greenbacks on you. Most women don't want to spend a penny on a man. Listen, I'm talking to you from real lived experience. I'm not talking to you from make-believe or guesses, little buddy. You hear me? I'm talking to you from tried and true. You're guessing. You're speculating. You're talking aspirational. A super player is optimistic. A super player is optimistic because you're the ultimate operator. You're the ultimate operator. You can get anything done. You heard me? So you're a negative person. You're a pessimistic person. Niggas don't want to be around that. Yeah. Damn sure no females want to be around that because that's loser mentality. You don't have abundance. Abundance starts with here and then it manifests here. You ain't got it here. I know you ain't got it here. And chicks don't want to give any airtime to that. So that's why you take an L after L after L. What you need to do is, man, try to smell a hustler's aroma and see if you can learn something. But this sucker shit you own, that ain't it, my boy. And I could also assess that you're not a foundational Black American, which is not a disrespect to you. Shout out to all my Africans, shout out to my Haitians, shout out to my Jamaicans. Jamaicans got a lot of sauce. Got a lot of love for the Jamaicans. They got a lot of sauce. But, there's just a certain level of finesse and hustle and smoothness that's inherent to the Black man in America. I could tell you ain't got it. And that would be a major help to you because the level of negativity that you're speaking on these chicks lets me know that your fundamental experience with women has been bad. My fundamental experience with women has been great. I ain't even going to lie to you. I can't even go too many days without them around me. Shit, I love them around me, you dig? Because they make my life easy. Like my refrigerator right now, I don't have no woman in the house right now. My refrigerator is filled with meals, home cooked. Why? Because baby wouldn't leave unless daddy had all his meals prepped, because daddy got all the money to eat at all the Michelin restaurants. But she know I don't like strangers making my food. Hell nah. I like my food a certain way. She had to make daddy 8 different meals, stayed up to 2 a.m. chefing. You dig? Yeah, they take care of me, man. But you living like a goddamn sucker, man. Come on. It's all over you. It's all over you. I could smell the stench of it. You're doughless and holeless, man. Let's be real. I could tell because real recognize real, man. Like if you was really having it your way, I could feel it. If you was having it your way, I could feel it. It ain't there, man. Quit playing with me.
Yeah, I hear you. I can see why you say that I'm pessimistic, but I just feel like
because we've been listening to you, nigga. What you mean you can see?
Yeah,
we've been listening to you.
But I'm only pessimistic on things that are legitimately kind of, I don't want to say just it's just negative. When it comes to women in the West, it's kind of difficult to have a truly fully positive experience because of all the incentives they have to give you a negative experience. You know, so like you're like, oh well,
bro,
growing up,
you're a dumpster diver.
Always shooting me. Okay,
you're a dumpster diver. I'm gonna just keep it a bean with you. You're a dumpster diver.
Yeah,
you're a dumpster diver, my boy. So if you live in a dumpster, what you expect to get out? You're a dumpster diver. What you mean? What you mean?
Huh?
He's a dumpster diver. Like, what do you expect?
Why do you say I'm not Black American? Hold on.
Diver.
Why do you think? Okay, you said I'm not a Black American. What are you basing that on? Like, how am I not a Black American? I think I sound smoother than you. No disrespect.
Please stop it. Please stop it. You got to come in here sober next time. You got to come in here sober. I think you know. You got to come in here sober. You're not. No. Please stop it. You're not a winner because a real man is a boss. A boss is not a scary character. You're a cowardly guy. You came in here like, I can't turn on my camera. I can't turn on my camera because I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know if they see me. They might see me, bro. Like, here's the thing: you're pretending to be something that you're not. You should never, ever, ever do that. That's actually dangerous. That's dangerous to do that because what'll happen is if you start pretending that you're something that you're not around people who are really that, it might bother them, and then they'll test you. And when they test you, the outcome ain't gonna be good. You see, so like you don't want to play with stuff like that. Like you should just kick back and be yourself. That's why I have a 3-sentence Bible: be yourself, be good to yourself, be good to good people. You should be yourself. You see, because there's maybe about 10 different instances during this very conversation I could have embarrassed you, but I didn't do that because like, this is a young man calling in to learn something. But the more I listen to you, I find that you're arrogant, but you're arrogant without justification. You're a peon, but you won't acknowledge that you're a peon. You are, in fact, a beta male. But the problem with beta males is that you guys will never admit it to yourself. Let me give you a comparison. To this day, I've only ever met 2 females who ever called themselves a slore. Only 2, but I met a lot of slores. Oh my goodness, I met a lot of slores, but they'll never admit it to themselves. To a woman, they're never a slore. A woman never thinks of herself as a slore, even though she may be. I've only met 2 that will admit it to themselves. And the same thing is true with beta males. You'll never admit it to yourself, but that's what you are. You come on, you're scared to turn on the camera. You're arrogant. You start talking about other countries in Eastern Europe and Afghanistan. Have you been to Eastern Europe? No. Have you been to Afghanistan? No. You're not a realistic person. To be a man and not be firmly entrenched in reality, that's not very manly. Because if you're not dealing with reality, you're dealing with lies. And if you're dealing with lies, you're not a man. Full stop. That's why you're not getting the woman that you want, because you're unworthy. The problem is you think you deserve what I have. You said you are polygynous. That's present tense. You are polygynous.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes.
Call one woman and have her vouch for that.
So you want me to... Yo, this is hilarious, bro.
Call one woman and have her vouch for that.
Yo, so why do I gotta
just
validate
one.
what I'm saying to you?
Stop playing games, champ. One woman and have her vouch for that.
Why don't you call one woman and have her vouch for that?
I will. As soon as you call one, I call one. Let's go.
Okay. Well, I'm talking to you on my phone. So how am I gonna make
Don't even trip. Don't even trip. I got you. I will call and then you can talk to her. I'll put you on speaker.
bugging.
You have my email address. It's at the bottom of this screen. Just email the number so it's private. I'll dial it on my other phone. And then I'll put her on speaker and you can say hello. She'll be able to hear you just like it's a phone call. Yeah. And if you really get it in like you think, if you think you anywhere on my level, you should be able to run the phone call like this. When it answers, she say, hello? Hey, this is Marquett. Hey, let me ask you something. Ask her whatever you got to ask her to validate it. And it should be that simple. It should be a 10-second phone call. So do you think in your brain that I'm going to risk all of my properties, all of my assets to do anything weird with a phone number of some girl I don't know what she looks like? I don't know anything about it. Do you think?
Nah, man. Listen, man. I'm not saying you do none of that.
Great. Now, email the phone number. I'll dial it. I'll put it on speaker. I'll put you on speaker. So when she answers, you can say, hey, this is James. Quick question. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
You ready?
So listen, I'm ready to answer your question. Yeah, I'm ready to answer your question. Yeah.
No. Are you ready to proceed? Because the thing is, when we playing man to man, what I don't like about the internet, people could say all kind of things, but I'm like, let's talk turkey. You like, show me something. You did? Yeah. Like don't tell me.
No. I never came out and said none of this. You kept asking me about this stuff.
No,
you know what I mean?
Don't try to run now. Don't try to run now.
I was trying to avoid the question.
No, don't try to run now. Because here's the thing. I could smell phony. Oh, I could smell phony. Oh, yeah, I could smell it. It's all over you. Okay. There is no one who actually gets it how I live that would talk negative about chicks because so much of what I have.
How can you not talk negative about
the number? Just send me the number. Send me the number.
Listen, man, I'm not comfortable sending you the number, bro.
Why? What's the worst that can happen? Like, what do you think is going to happen?
It's not that I think something's going to happen. It's just that
great. So then just send the number. This is what happened. You tried to lie because we can't see you, right? So you could pretend to be everything. Oh, Quet, I'm cooler than you. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right.
I mean,
I'm richer than you. Yeah, all right. So what happened is
I didn't say that.
Be silent. Do us a favor. Turn on your camera. Look at this. You're not even a man. Turn on your camera.
Bro, I already explained that.
Turn on your camera.
I already explained that to you in the beginning.
Right. That's how we know you're phony.
I really don't want.
That's how we know you're phony.
I really don't want me.
No, listen, we could never be cool because you're a beta male. Like my whole lecture has been about beta males. You are a beta male. Nah, you're a beta male.
I really think this is a misunderstanding.
You're a beta male. It's not a misunderstanding. It's never a misunderstanding. You're a beta male, and you're not a Black American. You're trying to lie about that too, and that was crazy. Like, why'd you lie about that? You're not a foundational Black American. I can tell your tonation. I'm that sophisticated because I travel so much. Be honest with yourself. Be silent.
So if I'm not Black American, what am I?
Be silent. Be silent. Now, your grandparents, where are they from? There's 4 grandparents. Where are they from? Be honest. Don't start laughing. You're abroad, man. You're abroad. In my master communicator course, I talk about like, don't start a sentence with and don't laugh like a broad if you're a grown man. Like, see, we nothing alike. Use a goofball. Now, your 4 grandparents, where are they from? You started laughing because I checkmated you. Again, I checkmated you.
Funny, bro.
I checkmated you. Go ahead. I checkmated you. Go ahead.
No. First
where
of all,
you from?
I just
where your
want to
grandparents
know.
From?
Why'd
you start laughing? You weird, bro. You weird. Just tell me.
I just want to know why you said that I'm not a Black American. Like, what are you basing that on?
In your mind, you're asking yourself, like, damn, how does he know that? I'm that much smarter than you. That's the simple answer. I don't have superpowers. I'm just a lot more intelligent than you. That's it. I don't have superpowers. I didn't hack your phone. I didn't hack your computer. I am just a lot more intelligent. It appears to be a superpower, but it's not. I'm a human being. That's how I know you got checkmated, because when I said, where are your 4 grandparents from? You're like, like, it's not a funny thing. That's not a joke. That that means, damn, he's good. Now, that boy good. Now, where are your 4 grandparents from? Doofus.
Yo, bro, how am I a doofus though?
You are a doofus. Where are your four grandparents from?
Yo,
People
are
are
you
saying you're
assuming-
nervous in the chat. People are saying you're nervous in the chat.
I am a little nervous. I've never
Yeah.
really called into a show
But-
before, so I'm a little nervous.
But hey, check this out though. I don't ever get nervous for anything. You're not like me, man. My heart is ice cold. I don't ever get nervous for anything. You're not like me.
I get nervous. I get
You're
nervous.
not like me, kid. Your camera's turned off and you're still scared. Your camera's
but
off and you're talking about you're nervous. What are you nervous about? What is so difficult? What's so difficult right now? You're nervous. You're a low performer.
I mean,
You're a low
I am
performer.
nervous. Yeah,
You're a low performer,
I'm
buddy.
nervous. But I'm not a low performer. I'm not a
You
doofus.
are a low
I'm
performer.
a nerd.
You
I'm not none of this shit you're saying.
I'll
But
tell
I am
you,
nervous.
know
I
you're a
will
low-
give you that.
I
am
know
nervous.
you're a low performer because low performers can't handle pressure. And this is a small amount of pressure. This is not a lot of pressure. This is a small amount of pressure.
I mean, I feel like I'm being myself, bro. You just getting upset
No,
at me
no,
for some
no.
reason.
No. Because here's the thing. Number one, you're lying saying you're a foundational Black American. You're not.
I
That's
actually never said that. I said that. I said, why do you believe
You did
I'm not
not-
a Black
You
American?
did not try to suggest that you were a foundational Black American. You didn't try to suggest that.
No, I didn't try to suggest that. I was
all
like, what are you
now-
basing the
one
fact that
second.
I'm not a Black American on?
How old are you, son?
I'm 30.
Damn, you 30, still getting nervous? God, I'm trying to remember the last time I got nervous. You 30? God, woo! Still getting
Bro,
nervous.
I'm calling
On
onto
a
a
call,
public
You're
platform
calling on
being
a
viewed
call
by
with
thousands of
video.
people. Of course, I'm gonna
The
be a little
video's
nervous.
off. The video.
Nah, I mean, it's regular. Like, and you asking me mad questions and shit. Like, of course,
Hey,
I'm gonna
hold
be a
on a
little
second.
nervous.
James, here's the crazy
Yeah.
thing. You're 30 and nervous. When I was 25
Yo, this
years
nigga's
old-
hyping it up.
No, real quick. You're 30 and nervous. When I was 25 years old, true story. When I was 25 years old, I was in South Korea giving a speech to thousands of people who I knew couldn't understand.
You wasn't nervous?
any of them. Not at all. Not at all. And I'll tell you why I wasn't nervous.
That's amazing.
The reason I wasn't nervous is because I was presenting a technology that I created, so I knew I'm the expert. No one knows this technology better than I do because I created it. That's number one. I was the most informed person in the auditorium. Number two, I was invited there, so I must have the goods. And number three, I knew I'm that nigga. But here's the thing, I always been that nigga. So I asked myself, who could talk it better than I could talk it? Nobody, baby. So why would I be nervous? There's no one that can do it better than me. Of course I wouldn't be nervous. So I say that to say this. I'm 25 in a foreign country talking to people who don't even know what I'm saying. I got to pause ever so often so it can be translated. Not nervous at all. You are hiding behind anonymity in a situation where you have all the time in the world to think and zero pressure and zero at risk. There's nothing at risk if you fail and you're still nervous. A woman can sense that weakness in you, and a woman doesn't want to duplicate herself. A woman knows she has weakness. She doesn't want a weak man. She wants a strong man. Sometimes they use height as a proxy for strength. That's why women like gangsters, because they're strong and tough. They don't like weaklings like you. But I know the reason you like stomping down, or you would like to stomp down on a broad, is because you couldn't stomp down on a man, because you're weak and you're cowardly. I could sense that a mile away. You're nothing like me. You're a nice guy. Be yourself. Be yourself.
Yeah.
Be yourself.
Yeah, I'm being myself.
There'll never be a case where I hear a peon like you show up and like, oh, I'm better at this than you. Not at all.
Nah, that's because you asked.
not
That's because
gonna
you said something to me. You
stop
said
it,
something to me
stop it,
first. You know what I'm
stop it,
saying? Like
stop
I had to respond. Like, you know what I mean?
But this is what I'm teaching you. This is what I'm teaching you. You go play that with the other guys who are pretending. You go find some guys who are like
I'm not
you,
pretending,
who are
bro. Why does
pretending.
this dude believe
You
that
go
shit,
find
bro?
them. You go find them and you play that game. But when you come to the big bad wolf, so I will not allow you to act like you are going to outperform or dominate me, because you're not like that. Here's the thing. You're 30, which you should be established by now. You're not established, but that's okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
One
that's
thing-
not
listen,
true. Like,
no,
you're
check
saying
this out.
things that's
No, check
not
this
true.
out.
So I got to respond.
And you're
Like,
a liar too. And you're a liar, which is the worst part. You're a
What did I
serious
lie about?
habitual liar.
what did I lie about?
What ethnicity are you?
I'm Haitian.
Okay, great. Now, why
Haitian
did you try to pretend? Why did you try to pretend like you were foundational Black American?
I didn't. You said I wasn't because I wasn't
Right.
this and that. And I was like, what are you
And then
basing
what did
that
you
on?
say?
Like, why do you,
And then
why
what
do
did
you
you
believe
say?
I'm not?
You're not
that's-
though. So why play
that's-
games? You're not. So why play games?
Because it was such a assumption that like I just was like,
Whoa,
I felt like it was
was it?
baseless.
Wait, hold up.
I felt like it was a baseless assumption.
Hold up. Was it an assumption or was it a truth?
It's true, but you don't know
It's
that it's
true.
true.
No, I do know that it's true. I
You
read your
assume that it
boy.
was true.
What you think is that you can hide. You think because you turned off your camera that I can't see you.
Like for
You're an
example,
ugly
Tony
duckling.
Yayo is
Hold on one
No, I'm
second,
not.
young boy.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. You're an
No, I'm not.
ugly
Tony
duckling.
Yayo is
That's why
Haitian.
your camera's off.
No.
I know that.
No, I'm not.
And I also know that you're
Tony
Haitian.
Yayo-
I know that.
Okay.
And I also know that you're
Alright.
Haitian. I also know
Tony
that you're
Yayo-
Haitian.
Tony
You're
Yayo
not
is
Tony
Haitian.
Yayo. You're not Tony Yayo.
But
You're
no,
just
I'm
a
just
peon.
trying to. No, I'm
You're just a
debunking your
peon.
argument. I'm
No,
debunking your
I've not
argument.
made any argument about Tony Yayo.
Yeah,
So
you
be
have.
silent,
No,
boy.
you made an argument about
You're a liar.
the
You're a
tonation
liar.
of a Black American and how they convey themselves.
No,
I'm telling you
I said that
Tony
you don't
Yayo
have it.
is a
Hold
Haitian,
on one second. Stop it.
and you
sound
would not
foolish.
know that unless you told you that.
You're shocked that I was able to read you so well.
Like, pop on what
you got
said.
called out and then you tried to lie because you were asking yourself, my camera's off. I'm trying to sound cool. I'm trying to
No, I'm
sound
not,
cool
bro.
like a foundational Black American. I think I'm really getting it right. I'm trying to compete with somebody that's way above my level. My camera's off, so he can't tell that I'm an ugly duckling and I'm putting on my best cool voice. How's he know? And then when I busted you out, you're like, I can keep denying it. I can lie. He won't know the
No, I
difference.
just
That's what happened.
it wasn't
That's
like
what
that,
happened.
man. It wasn't, well, I'm
First
born
off,
and raised in America,
the
bro.
real
I'm
ones-
born and raised in America.
You know that you're not like us. Our blood is different.
Bro,
and that's
okay, but I'm born
Our blood is
and
different.
raised in
You're
America.
not like us. You're not the same.
I understand.
I
I understand
sniffed
that.
you
But I'm
out.
saying,
You tried to portray yourself. I sniffed you out.
bro, I'm not portraying
Just admit
nothing.
it. Just admit it.
I didn't portray
You took an
nothing.
L.
All I did was say, why do you believe I'm not Black American? That's all I did.
And you
I
had to
never
ask
said-
me that.
I never just
Hold
straight
on.
up said,
Stop
like, yo,
it.
I'm Black
You
American.
had to ask me that because you thought that you were pretending well. So you're like, damn,
I'm
how'd
not
I get
pretending,
busted?
bro? I'm not pretending, bro.
You were shocked.
All right, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not pretending. Like, I'm
Now-
being myself, bro. Like, am I a
You
little
are-
bit nervous?
No,
like, itty
you're
bit
not being
nervous? Yeah,
yourself.
but
You're not being
I
yourself.
am being myself. I am.
You are not being yourself because I tell
I
you
could tell
this,
you somebody.
asked you,
If I bet you, if I
Hold on one
told you like
second.
5 people
Hold on one second.
and asked you
Hold on one
like, yo,
second.
are they Black American or not?
Listen,
You wouldn't be
it's
able
really
to tell me
sad
if they
how
Black
much
American
you
or not.
admire my people. You admire my people
No,
so
no, no. I'm
much
just telling
that
you,
you're trying
like,
to
I
tell
could
us
show you.
how
I could
good
show you that
people
what you're saying is
pretend to
false.
be us. That's extraordinary. Now, calm
No.
down. Let me ask you a question,
I'm
bro.
just saying I could prove what you're saying is false.
Calm down one second. Calm down. Let me ask you a question. When I asked you, what are you? Why didn't you just be honest and tell the truth? When I first
Because that's
asked
not what you asked me. That's not what you asked me. You just flat out said, I'm not a Black American because of X, Y, and Z. You didn't ask me. You just asked me a second ago.
So
For the
I
first
want
time.
everyone watching, I tell you guys that the beta male is one who emulates the female behavior. This is very female
Yeah,
behavior.
everybody go real.
You were trying to make it seem like you're a foundational Black American. Here's a test real quick.
No, that's
So
because
we gotta,
you,
well,
what-
no,
your
hold on one
statement
second. Hold on one
was
second, young man.
infused with insults.
Hold on,
Your
let's
statement was infused with
hold on
insults.
one second, young man. So we have.
So it's not like you just straight
a
up
thou-
said
we
like,
have
yo,
thou-
you're not a Black
calm
American.
Down. 1 second, calm down. I did say that. We have.
But you said a bunch of
1,000
other
people-
shit too.
Calm down. Stop cursing, please. We have thousands of people watching. If you believe that this guy tried to portray himself as a foundational
Bro,
Black
they're your
American,
fans.
put
They're
a
your
1
fans.
in the chat. If you believe he did not try to be deceptive, he did not try to lie about it, put a 2 in the chat.
They're your fans. They're gonna agree with you automatically.
Oh, so you're saying
And
1,000 people are liars?
I mess with you too, but I'm not gonna agree with you automatically like they do.
You're saying 1,000
But
people
they
are
will.
liars.
Like They will
You're saying
100% agree with you automatically.
1,000 of these people are liars, right? So they're just gonna lie on you.
Nah, they're just
They're just lying on you for no reason.
they're fans. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I see.
know that.
So
You know how you
they're just
should
making
know.
up lies. They're just making up lies for no reason. That's deep, my boy.
Nah, I wouldn't say that. They're fans, bro. This is what
They're just
fans
lying
do.
for no reason.
You know what I mean? Fans just ride with the person they're a fan of.
Yeah, I hear you, my boy.
Right or wrong.
I hear you.
But I'm not gonna do that though. But I'll mess with you though, of course.
Because a real man is not scared to turn on a camera. That is one of the easier things you'll have to do in your life.
Why, bro?
The reason that I know that. Stop talking. Stop talking, kid. Stop talking. Stop talking, kid. Listen, that's one of the easier things you have to do in your life. The reason I know you never really got it on is because if you find that to be a scary thing, you could never do the things I did in life. You'd be terrified to do it. You'd be terrified. You're a coward, boy. You're a coward. You're a coward. Listen, man, I grew up with straight killers, man. I recognize real. You's a nut. You's a straight nut, boy. It's obvious to everybody. You're talking about you're nervous on a phone call. Please stop it.
I'm being honest. I could have lied. I could have lied right
listen,
there.
bro. Listen. I'll take
really
you to my neighborhood.
Listen,
hey, check this out. Hey, check this out. If you're nervous being on a phone call with a grown man, this is a one-on-one call. You can't hear anybody else. You can't see anybody. Nobody can see you. Check this out. You can't see anyone. No one can see you. If you're nervous right now, boy, if I took you to my neighborhood, you'd be terrified. You'd be a goddamn Lunchable in my neighborhood, boy. You'd be a fruit roll-up in my neighborhood. You'd be a fruit snack in my neighborhood. This make you nervous? Yeah. You's a nut, boy. And here's another thing. You not real. You can't be real. Everything about you is fake. Bro, you got a fake name. You got a fake name on the screen. You got a fake picture on the screen. You claim a fake ethnicity. Everything about you is fake. You claim that you got girls, but you scared to call one. You fake. Stop it. You fake.
I'm not fake, scared. I just told you I'm on the phone talking to you. I can't call on the phone at the same time. That's not being fake, bro.
No, yes, it is, because you're doing a
public figure.
Again. You're doing a
saying? I don't want to come on here, you know what I mean? Say crazy shit.
You're lying.
Crazy thing.
You try to act like the issue is that you can't call because you're on your phone. I said, send the number. I'll make the phone call. No problem. I'll delete it right after. All of your information will be confidential. And I got assets to risk. Shout out to Rakeley. He writes, this is the current state of dating coaches. External, boo-hoo. When a chick looks at you, how you make her feel should be so valuable and irreplaceable that she'd do any and everything to keep you. Bro, ain't never had it like that. Oh, and you know the funny thing? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you another reason I know you ain't a player, right? This is how I know you ain't a player. Is that a young lady right there? Okay, Black Dove, we'd love to have you on. We don't drop the link in the general chat anymore because too many weirdos. If you send your email address using Venmo or PayPal, you can send 50 cents or a quarter or something like that, just so we can get your email, and then I'll email you the link, love. I'd love to have you on. But anyways, you over here talking about being Captain Victor Slabovich, but when we said call the girl, you're over here making additional excuses talking about, oh, it's late at night. It's late at night.
No,
are you serious? That, let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a true story. Do you know where Doha is?
No.
Of course not, peon. Anyway, so I was in Qatar, in Doha. Beautiful country. Israel's messed it up, but it used to be beautiful. I was in there. I hit up a young lady like, hey, come through. She was like, oh, for sure. She was like, you at the spot in Atlanta? I was like, nah. She said, you in Vegas? Nah. She said, where you at? I was like, I'm in Doha. She was in Qatar? I was like, yes, absolutely. She was like, I'll be there in 36 hours. She didn't say, send me a ticket. She didn't say, dang, that's short notice. She said, see you soon. Now, that's the difference between you and I. I don't know what time it was when I called her because the time zone's so different. I said, whatever you're doing, drop it. Come through. You're a peon. If you think calling a girl at 12:30 is unacceptable, that's because you're a peon. And she'll look at her phone like, well, I'll wake a girl up at 3:30 a.m. if I need her at 3:30 a.m. You're a peon. You're not like this. Just be yourself.
Call the girl you're talking about right now and confirm that.
Be yourself. I told you.
You just told that story about right now.
You're the first one. You're the first one. Do it. I'll do it right after. I promise you. I promise you.
See, there you
I
go.
promise you.
See, you tip for
I
tat with
promise
it.
you.
All right.
I promise you. We already said you'd go first. I'm the one who suggested it. In your brain, in your little brain, do you think I made up that story? You think that's a made up story?
It might be, yeah. It might be a
No,
made-up
just
story.
yes or no. Yes or no. Is it or is it not?
Because the thing with you is you mix
No.
stories with real stories.
Is it or is it not?
I'm gonna
Is
just
it
go
or
with
is
nah.
it not?
I'm gonna just go with nah.
So you're saying it's a fake story.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with nah.
Very good. Now, I'm gonna make you a deal. Okay, here's my deal. Everybody, we had 1,000 people listening. You said my story's fake, and I say, okay. I'm gonna make you a deal now.
You asked my opinion.
Okay,
Let's be clear.
right. Now I'm gonna make you a deal. Do you truly believe in what you said?
Yes.
Can anyone hear him?
What about
He's fading out for me. He's fading out. Can you guys hear him?
World and responding
Can you
to
hear me?
personality type.
I can hear you now. All right, let me make my offer.
You hear me?
Let me make my offer. Yeah, I can hear you. Let me make my offer to you because your internet's going out. So here's my offer. I just want to confirm. You said that my story was fake about Doha and Qatar, right? Fake story, right?
Yes.
Excellent. Now,
Yeah. Yo,
this is my
can you
offer.
hear me better though?
This is my
You
offer.
hear me better now,
Yeah, I
right?
can hear you fine. I can hear you fine. Here's my offer. This is my offer. And this is a real, this nigga ran. This nigga ran. Woo! He ran. He knew I was about to make a real offer. Oh, he ran. He knew I was about to make a real offer. I'll tell you guys what I was going to offer. The young lady sent in her email address. So I got the email address of the young lady. I'm going to go ahead and send her the link. She asked to remain anonymous. I completely respect that. And so I will make sure to honor that. So to the young lady, the link is sent. You should have that right now in your email. So we'll bring you on as soon as you pop on set. Yeah, Lil Buddy, and I want everybody to know, Lil Buddy knew that I was about to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. So what I was about to say was, okay, if you believe that story is false, if you truly believe it, right now, I'll make you a bet. On your side, it's a $500 bet. On my side, it's a $5,000 bet. Right now on Venmo, send me $500. As soon as I receive the $500, I'm going to call that very woman and I'm going to put it on speaker and I'm going to ask her, hey, was there a time that this, and this happened? Yes or no? And then if she says yes, I keep your $500. If she says no, I send you $5,000. Now, not later. I send it to you now on stream. So 1,000 people will witness if I stole your money. It'll be publicly available evidence. And if I won your money, it'll also be publicly available. And the reason I bet you 10-1, you put up 500, I'll put up 5,000 is because I'm perfectly confident. And the reason I take your $500 is not because I need your 500. It's because I want it. And I want you to be down. I want to take $500 out of your pocket. I don't want 500. I want your 500. I want to hurt you for being a liar. So that's what I was gonna propose. And then I think he could tell that I was setting him up. So bro dipped. Bro dipped because he ain't want to see that deal. Hey there.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. And first, I just want to say it's a total honor to be here because I've seen you in viral clips so many times. I can't even believe that. I'm debating you, but I am so ready.
Oh, debating? Oh, that's a pity. Okay, I'm listening to you.
Pardon?
I said we're debating. That's a pity.
Well, I mean, that's what the title of the video is. Maybe we're not. Honestly, in that entire last transaction, I don't even know where either of you stand on the topic. So we might agree.
Sure. Okay. All right. I'll yield the floor for you to present your argument.
Oh, sure. So as I stated, and forgive me because I have allergies, but one, women are definitely fit to be, well, no, let me rephrase. Women are capable of having the qualities of being fit to be a leader. Okay, not every woman can be a leader, but some women can, just like some men can. I don't like how you phrased it like, should we allow women to be leaders? Who is we? And allow is diabolical.
Yes.
But I think that the qualities that it takes to be a leader are not gender specific. Even if
Do you
some,
mind if we touch on some of the pieces that you're engaging? I got time today, so we're in no rush.
oh no,
But
yeah, of course.
okay. All right. The only reason I do that is not to interrupt your flow, but rather so that we can understand,
yeah.
make sure we have a common view of terms.
That's fine.
So
I'm
you
just
said
talking-
allow is diabolical. And I agree with you. I actually think it is, in 2026, it is fairly diabolical in the United States of America, the idea of allowing a woman to do something. But isn't that the truth?
Not necessarily. I mean, if you're speaking like from a total physical aspect, which I'm not psychic, but just watching this type of content, I know what you guys are going to, I suspect what might be said. Like, if we didn't want you to be leaders, like, what would you do if we tried to stop you? You know, so like, it's true. Like, obviously, women are like not as physically strong as men are. Okay, yeah, but there's so much more that goes into having power than brute strength.
Actually, that's the only thing that really goes into power. That's the foundation. And without the promise of violence, nothing else exists or matters. So, for example, the only reason that women exist in any capacity to make decisions or to refuse intercourse or to choose the guy they want to be with or go out on a date and come home safely is all with the consent of men. Every single time it's with our consent. And even when things go wrong for you, you call 911 and you hope a big, strong man will come or a man with a firearm. And you could even switch it around and say, oh, well, I'm a woman, I could have a firearm. Yeah, I think that if men just collectively decided to not give consent for you all to operate as independent beings, it'd be over like immediately. So
yeah.
Everything you do is with consent.
And likewise, I think that that's the part that goes over like most men's
What do you mean
heads.
likewise?
I mean that everything that men do is with women's consent.
I'm fascinated. Tell me more.
So I think that, I don't know how to describe my beliefs, but a part of my beliefs is definitely from Eastern philosophy, the Tao Te Ching to be specific, where you get the yin yang from. And I think that the masculine and the feminine exist together concurrently in tandem for everything to be whole, and neither works without the other. So yeah, women require men's consent because we're not as physically strong as men, of course, but also everything that men do requires women's consent. And I don't think that any,
Like, give me an example of 3 things.
reproducing.
Is that true?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
are you telling me that I couldn't Google right now and find an infinite number of articles about a man having no consent from a woman, forcing her to take the D, getting her pregnant, and then the child being carried to term? Like, that's been going on for millennia. So that was a terrible example.
I don't think it was very terrible, but it might have been terrible because I assumed that we were operating from a moral plane. Like, if we're talking about,
we're operating from reality, you see. So I'm operating from reality, and that's the problem, is that you are so much of what you enjoy today is the result of men, but women in their delusion, they often take credit for things they didn't do, or they feel more accomplished or more capable than they really are, because they don't live in the real world, they live in their real world. So the idea that we're living in a moral society. Well, it's moral because good men make it that way. It could get real ugly, and if it got ugly,
propose?
you'd be at a great disadvantage. Pardon?
I said, would a good man reproduce the way that you just proposed? Like, I assume that we were dealing with good men who wouldn't even
Why
consider
did you
that.
assume that? We're using logic. And so all I stated, now remember, you're making up things, right? Because we never said
No, I'm
good
not making
men
up
or
things.
we,
Be
no, you're
nice.
making up things because
What did I make up?
this whole, you said, I thought we were talking about good men. Well, you would have had to make
That's
that
what
up
I
because
thought.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
But you just said
I
good
didn't say that.
men. You
That
just
was
said,
after you said the assumption. That was
no,
after
I
you
did
said
assume it. Yeah, I did assume it, but that's not making
yes.
things up.
Okay. That's what an assumption essentially is to draw a conclusion based on
Based
limited or
on
no
context.
evidence.
No, it's
No.
based on
So anyways, yeah, and the context would tell you that we're operating in a real world, which is to say a world tearing away all of the things that men are doing for you. So I said everything that you have and do as a female is with consent because you're weak. All of you are weak. And that being the case, you lied and said, well, everything you do as a man, there are things you do as a man that require consent. And then I said, well, give me 3 examples. And your very first example was atrocious because you said that men need consent to reproduce. And that's a lie. Men have been reproducing without consent forever, even in the modern era. And I could Google right now and pull up evidence of that. Would you agree that there is evidence of men procreating with women even today in America without consent?
Of course, I know that the
Okay,
R
so
word.
will you concede would you concede that point you made is wrong then?
I mean, I guess if we're just speaking in black and white, and listen, if I made an assumption, I thought that I was speaking in terms of consent. I thought that I was speaking about people like being able to make their own informed decisions. I wasn't thinking about like people who can just go take it, because like using that same logic.
But that's my whole
I mean,
point is that you don't actually give consent. I consent to you giving consent. Like I give you the power
ask you
to
a
give
question
consent. It's not
using
something
your
you can
same
actually
logic?
even do. What's that?
Can I ask you a question using your exact same logic?
I don't think you'll be able to use my exact same logic, but yes, you can ask me a question.
Well, maybe not your exact. Look, let's not get caught up on semantics. I'm just trying to, reason with you here. Using at least a similar logic, would you not agree that there is some way, somehow, that women could band together and take from a man what they need to reproduce without his consent?
No, actually, there's a female scientist. She's now deceased. She was actually a Black woman. You may have heard of her. Her name is Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. And one of the things she talks about is the reason that the male is so dangerous, especially the Black male, is because he can impose intercourse. That's why Black males were, castrated when they were hanged, because we can impose intercourse. A woman cannot impose intercourse because when the male gets scared, it causes you to lose.
I know what you're saying.
Yes. So that being the case, no, a woman cannot impose intercourse, and she cannot thereby impose her impregnation. Even if she could, a male could still take her and the kid out. And men more than women would have that capacity within them. I yield the floor.
And, I love that you brought that up because that goes back to my original point that, yes, you guys are physically stronger than us. I don't understand what's so difficult about just admitting that we exist in tandem. I don't understand this like new need to, well, I guess it's not too new, but
no, it's not new at all. It's just always been the truth.
It's not new. I misspoke, but I guess in more of the more ancient philosophies, like men didn't have this like idea. Men kind of respected and accepted that we just exist in tandem. But anyway, I just want to get to my point.
I don't think that's true. I think what you just said is also untrue.
Okay,
So
well, I don't want to lose my thought. Can we
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So can I, with what you just said, like, can I impose it on a man? No, because men are physically stronger. But women, to survive, because we didn't have physical strength, we developed cunning. So do I have to impose it on a man? No. But you know a way that we can do it? What if I tell you I'm on birth control when I'm not? Or what if I tell you that, you know, like, what if we use actual physical protection? And I don't want to get you banned. So, like, if I say a bad word, please just let me know. What if we use actual
try not to say it, because if you say it, then me letting you know is not helpful. You've already said it.
I'm trying. Give me some credit. I'm being good right now. But what if we use actual physical protection and I manage to retrieve it and wait before you, you know, so it's like, I don't have to impose it on you because women, we have cunning. And I think that you would agree that both of those type of situations would be without your consent. I know of a lot of really successful men who complain about that, actually. Like, I didn't consent. This woman got pregnant on purpose to try to trap me.
Sure.
Yeah, so no,
Yes,
you don't.
yes, that does happen. But that's not actually what the argument was about. The argument was about the fact that women actually do not have the ability to give consent. It was about the fact that men allow you to consent. And then you gave an argument. That was actually what the...
I don't understand it. Can you explain it? What do you mean, like, men allow us to give consent?
So when you think you're giving consent, that, like, so say we go out on a date, right? Then the date's over and I decide, you know what? I'd like to plow you. And then you say, you know what? I'm not interested. No, thanks. That's you denying consent, right?
Sure.
And say we're at the penthouse and, you know, we're sitting at the island and, you know, you basically say, no, thank you. And then I allow you to grab your purse. I allow you to put on your shoes. I allow you to press the button and get on the elevator. And I allow you to go down the elevator and continue your life. I allowed you to do all of that because I could have said, hey, I'd like to plow you. And then you could have said, no, thank you. And then I could have said, oh, okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, no, thank you. I've heard that before. And then I could have grabbed you by your neck, pinned you on the couch, and then just, you know, gave you the old 1-2 and just left you there.
But I don't understand your point, because even if a man had done that, there would not be any consent. It's like the definition of consent.
That's the point. That's my point, is that you don't even have the power to consent. You have no power. The only power you have is what men allow you to have. So when you are giving consent, it's not you giving consent. It's me accepting you making decisions. I'm accepting it, but I don't have to. I'm in control. You're not in control. You, in the civilization, you feel in control, but in actual fact, I'm in control. You felt like you decided on that, but I allowed you to decide that because I could have grabbed your skinny neck, pinned you down, did it to you, and told you, hey, if you get up from there, your life's on the line. And you'd be too scared to even get up. And I could have just given you the whole 1-2 for the next 48 hours and nobody would be none the wiser. Like, you'd be trapped here until you could sneak out. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, sure. I agree. Just to be clear, I agree that our orders exist. Not going to deny that. But all I'm saying is that in the same breath, anybody can be a manipulator. And I don't think that you would I do not think that you would disagree that anybody, man or woman, can manipulate someone or take from someone what they want against their will. So like this argument, it's so illogical, because in that same sense, it's like, I allow men, or not I, because I don't operate like this, but it's in that same sense, it's like saying women allow men to give consent by simply not lying to them. Are you confused? Your face suggests that you are.
No, that doesn't make sense.
I think it does. If you don't understand it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense. When I don't understand what you're saying.
But the chances of me not understanding something that you're saying in conversation about a non-technical subject that doesn't involve any lexical language and no exposure to systems or knowledge that I'm unfamiliar with.
Redundant.
It's very low. It's very low.
I mean, it's low, but it's not impossible.
It's not impossible. it's just it's highly improbable that you've articulated a concept that I didn't understand.
But not
It's,
impossible.
it's
I
just
think you didn't
that was
understand what I said. I can
that was
explain it.
that was illogical.
I can
So,
explain it before you
but
like comment me.
if we go back to the actual topic of should we allow women to be leaders? So the issue was allow. And so what I'm forwarding to you is that everything that women do, we allow you to do because men have a monopoly of violence. So we're allowing you to do everything. And you're suggesting that the counterbalance is the ability of the woman to manipulate. Yes, you guys are phenomenal manipulators. However, men also can manipulate. And in the case that a man gets manipulated, he can then resort to violence, which is the game ender. So in every case, the man has the most effective strategy. So consistently, you'll find that, again, you are being allowed to do fill in the blank. And it doesn't matter what fill in the blank is, you're still being allowed to do it.
Yeah, and see, I disagree. I don't think that the majority of men are manipulators. I think that the majority of men are pretty upfront. The majority of men are pretty honest. They're straightforward. I don't think that being cunning or, like a weapon of the mind is, something that men do. I think that women and men have their strengths, and both of their strengths play a role. And I also just want to say I find this entire conversation weird because why are we talking about using our natural born gifts for this weird, wicked, like, can I take it? So wait, can I ask you a question before?
So to answer that, to clarify, why are we talking about that is because that is a representation of the various different things that a man can use to exercise dominance. So whether it was that, and remember, you're actually the person who suggested, I said, name 3 ways, and then you had kind of led us down that track. But more importantly,
I don't mind.
For example, if you say, well, women can be leaders because they can do this or do that, and then I would have to remind you that, well, everything that you can do, we allow you to do. We're in full control, and you are getting permission. So like you're raging against the biological reality, and you're raging against it so much that you got mad that I even brought up the truth of it. She's like, why are we talking about this? Well, because that's the foundational item.
Sure.
That's why we're talking about it.
Can I just correct something really quickly? I didn't get mad just because I disagree or something. Like, I don't like, especially being a Black woman, I don't like disagreeing being equated with me being mad. I just wanted to know, which is why I asked.
Do you recall the language that you used? You used some words that are emotive. Do you recall? Were you listening to yourself?
I said, why are we talking about it?
And there were some other emotive words. Were you listening to yourself?
Words?
I'm asking you. I'd like to know if you listened to yourself. If you're in the live chat and you heard the emotive adjectives that she used that were negative, would you drop that language in the live chat? Were you listening to yourself?
Of course. Are you listening? See, here's my thing.
No, I'm just asking you. Don't go on to something else. I'm saying, do you recall the emotive language that you used?
I don't recall using emotive language. No. So I guess the short answer is no. So drop them in the chat. Remind me. And then when this live is over, I'll compare what was in the chat to what I said.
Okay. Did you say this is weird? I
mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say no or yes. I don't recall using emotive words.
And here's another thing. And also one thing that the science indicates is that when you're at an emotional high, it'll be harder to remember things. Like if you're angry, for example. So perhaps I was accurate in that.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. Do you think I'm angry?
Well, I stated that you were angry about that item. Like, for example, you can see right here. Yes, it's often harder to think clearly and remember details when you're angry. And I think that's why you didn't remember what you said just seconds earlier. and you use the emotive negative terminology of saying that this is weird. Well, actually, nothing is weird. We're right on topic with what we agreed to discuss. But you said it was weird, which is a negative descriptor expressing your negative feelings, which I perceived as anger, and I think I was right.
You weren't.
And
also, weird is not an emotional adjective. Weird is a descriptive word. Weird can mean odd. It can mean quirky. It can mean standing out. I didn't say weird is not an emotive term. So even if I agree that I said weird, that means nothing to me because it's not an emotive term. Weird is just, it's odd. I don't understand it. Why are we doing this?
Understood. Okay. So when you said, why are we doing this being reviewing the arguments related to the topic?
No, this being why are we talking about I want to get this right, so be patient with me. I think it's weird that, or odd, whatever term you want to use. I think it's odd that we're talking as if R-wording people is a normal alternative, or women manipulating men is a normal alternative. And I assumed, which you called out in the beginning, that that wasn't even on the table. And I'm why are we, when we were talking, I was not thinking that the rebuttal would be, no, I allow you to have consent because I could R-word you. Huh? Why would that be? Why did the mind go there? I do find that odd. I thought.
No, that's not odd at all, actually. It's very common. That's why we have laws for it. It's common enough to write a law for it. It happens on the planet Earth. So the fact that you're trying to limit the scope of the conversation is something that we should question.
Limited. I just
and furthermore, when you look at human relations, in fact, you look at the relations of all mammals on Earth, intercourse is critically important. And though we do call ourselves civilized, I trust you've watched National Geographic. I don't know if that looks like consent to you when it's mating season. And all of these guardrails that are in the society are to favor women, because there's no doubt that a lot of guys will get it the easy way if they could. And so the reason that they're not getting it the easy way in higher numbers is because of the consequence. And the consequence has been organized by men. And so what I'm pointing out to you is that you should be thankful, because everything you have in terms of the ability to consent to things, or even to walk around in the society safely and feel confident in that is because of men. And no, I'm not suggesting that the average man would take advantage of a woman in this way. What I am suggesting is that in a lesser society, it would be commonplace enough that you wouldn't want to go out and work in the public. You wouldn't want to be out at night because there's a higher likelihood that it might occur. And then you would always stick to your man and want to be with your brother or your father or your husband. In a less safe society, but our society has become too liberal, and we've granted you those permissions, and you're not thankful. I yield the floor.
Well, no, here's my thing. I am very grateful for men. The only thing that I can't really wrap my head around is that when men these days, and now this is actually new, I think that men equate total unconditional adoration with being thankful, as if we can't. I think that men have a very important role that they play, and I'm grateful. I'm a Black woman, and I have Black brothers. I have a Black father, and in my career, I've always been honestly helped the most by Black men, and I'm super grateful for them. But before I go off on a tangent, if it's not too late, I think just to disagree with you, I don't think that. I think the flaw with your argument is that I don't think the majority of men would do that. I think that the vast majority of men, if all women on this earth withdrew consent, I think the vast majority of men, race is important to me. As a Black woman, I'm very proud to be a Black woman. So I do bring it
You
up a
can
lot.
ignore the chat and just continue on with your arguments. We're just taking it
Sorry.
one-on-one
No, sorry,
conversation.
it distracted me, but thank you. But no, yeah, I don't think that the majority of men would do that. I think that right now, today, if 100% of women withdrew consent, I don't think that the majority of men would resort to R-wording women. I think that the majority of men are disgusted by that. And that physical response that you described earlier, I think that the majority of men wouldn't even be able to have that physical response if they were doing that to a woman. I think that that's like,
What data tells you that? Like, what data indicates this to you?
I don't.
Like, what scientific study? Because you're not a man, so.
No, I'm not a man. And
if I speculated on it, I could at least speculate from the actual physical feelings, or from locker room talk or private conversations. I could speculate, but you don't have data, and you're not a man. And you're telling
but
me
I
how a
am a
man
woman,
feels on the
and
inside.
if I speculate on it, it can be, I guess, based on using the logic you just used, based on the fact that, like, I've said no plenty of times, and
Right.
the man that I said no to didn't do that to me.
Right.
And
Now, here's my point, which I think you're missing. So say there were no laws at all and no consequences. The only consequences that would be levied is what you as a woman or your family, like the people who care about you, could levy, which means that, if you didn't have a father, or you didn't have a brother, or your brother and father weren't tough enough and didn't have a big enough clan, basically you're just SOL. So you are telling me that if it was lawless, maybe a state of war, something like that, you believe that there wouldn't be a significant increase in RA, you know what?
No, I don't. And I'm going to use.
Well, then why in wars do we find that there's high numbers of RA right as soon as the people are conquered? It's rampant. The great example is World War II, looking at what happened to the German when immediately after they were conquered. And the data is very consistent in situations of war. It's skyrocketing every single time. So why is that the case?
Can I explain why I don't agree before I move on to that? Because I don't want to just say no without people understanding why I said no. You think that's fair, right?
I yield the floor.
No, I don't agree that if the world was lawless, we wouldn't resort to that. And I'll explain it using exactly what you said. If it is true that men are the ones who put these laws in place, then it must be true that the majority of men thought that that was wrong. And the majority of men didn't need women to tell them it was wrong.
May I respond to that real quick?
I just want to finish. I'll be quick. I promise, 15 seconds or less. If it is true that men put that in place, then the majority of men were repulsed by it, which is why they made it a law in the first place. And your argument is self-defeating, because if the majority of men thought that this was a proper way to respond, then they would have never made that a law. Do you disagree? And if you do, please explain.
You said that it became a law because the majority of men believed in it. Well, that's actually not how the law always works. I'll give you a great example using the same flawed logic that you've just proposed. If it were up to the majority of whites, most schools would not have been integrated. That's why you had all of that uproar in many white communities, because whites did not want their schools integrated with blacks. And frankly, I don't blame them. I'm not saying blacks are less than. I'm just saying, things are going fine. Let's carry on. Mm-hmm. So what you would find in American history is that there were Supreme Court decisions. The Supreme Court is not a majority vote. And a lot of civil rights related legislation for inclusion and helping the blacks, it did not occur by popular will. It did not occur by popular will. So what that would teach you similarly is that because we have certain laws on the books, that doesn't mean that it's because of popular will. That may mean that it was because of a minority of people, maybe the framers of the society, saw to it that that should be law. That's number one. So that completely obliterates the argument that you made. Then the second piece is that within the human population, there is a small number of persons who may fit into that category who will be the true aggressors and savages that will exercise this behavior. But for those who do, it will impact the behavior of all of the women. So let me help you understand what I'm saying. So say you have 100 men. Currently, with the laws, out of 100 men, only one would do this, and they do it against the law. They feel that compelled, they'll break the law and do it. Out of 100 men in a scenario of lawlessness, you might get 6 guys that'll do it. So now you've increased it by 600%. And that's going to impact the way the whole society functions, especially when there's no consequence for it. So not only do you have the one guy who was lawless and he was just doing it regardless, he's going to increase. Then you got the additional 5 to 6 guys doing it. So now women are going to modify their behavior in the society. So what I'm pointing out to you is this minority of men are going to have an outsized impact and an outsized effect, especially because psychologically, a woman is going to look at every man not knowing if he might be one of the 6. The 6 are an absolute minority. 94% of the time, you're good, sis. But she doesn't know. So it's going to modify her behavior dramatically. Courting is going to be bigger. Meeting the family is going to be huge. Making sure the guy's safe and vetted. Checking into his background. It's going to remove high levels of promiscuity. It's going to remove women going out unto themselves, wanting to work outside of the house. It's going to alter the society fundamentally. So you were suggesting that a high number of men need to engage in this behavior. No, some things have such an impact that it only has to happen once, or it only has to happen among a minority. Here's another example, and I'll yield the floor. 9/11. When 9/11 occurred, all of a sudden, everybody's going through TSA. No matter what airport, where you're flying to, everybody's getting wanded down. You could be white, you could be black, you can be young, senior citizen, toddler. Everybody's going through all this technology from one little event. So I don't need to suggest that most men would start doing it. Most wouldn't, but more would, and the increase would dramatically alter the society. I yield the floor.
So I just want to say that I agree with both points that you made. With this only caveat, I don't have a caveat to the second point. The first point, I agree that majority is not required. However, where I do disagree is where you bring out the Supreme Court, drawing an analogy, and I know that it's different today. I don't even want to get into that. But historically, the Supreme Court was considered as, those on the Supreme Court were considered as the wisest, the most logical, the most reasonable. Historically, yes. And you're laughing, but
I'm not laughing.
Okay, you're smirking. Whatever this is that you're doing that. But historically, people yielded to the people on the Supreme Court because they, as a culture, designated those people as being capable of making decisions. So even it's like, having, the big mama of the house, even if everybody disagreed, that was one opinion that the people respected. So I do disagree I do agree that perhaps it wasn't the majority, but I also just want to highlight, and we can move on because I don't think that we're going to get anywhere on this, but I do respect everything you said. I just want to highlight that even if it wasn't the majority, the people that the culture selected as their opinions matter and we will follow it, said no to those laws. And I'll just leave it there. I don't think the vast majority of men would do that. I don't. And we can have a difference of opinion, even if 6 men would, or even if it increases in wartime. I think that there are so many more circumstances that I'm not even qualified to speak on about what people do and resort to in wartime. So I'm not going to. But I think that if you have a healthy society of men where women didn't consent, they wouldn't. That's just, but we can move on because I actually have, and I know I've been on here a really long time. So can I just ask you one last question? Because I know I've been on here a while.
I'm in no rush. I I don't think that you've refuted the 2 points I made. The one about the Supreme Court, you said it was the majority of folks, and I said no, it was really the Supreme Court. You then changed your argument. Okay, all right. And then the other piece about, in times of war, which is one of the closest approximations to a lawless environment. And in that lawless environment, we observe that men do what they want to do.
Yeah, and I didn't refute that either because I'm not even qualified to speak on that. I don't know why that happens. So I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like I'm a historian or I'm a social, I don't know the term, sociologist. I don't know why that happens.
I think in your heart, you do know why that happens. I think you absolutely know why that happens.
I think I do, but here's the thing about debating people, especially like equipped people like you. In my heart, I do think I know why that happens. But the moment that I say I think I know why that happens, you're going to ask me for data, statistics, and then you're going to tell me I'm assuming and making things up. So I've learned through debating to, like, when I don't have that stuff at the ready, to just not even offer an opinion on it. I'll even see the argument. You got it. I can't
respect that.
Yeah, I can't. I am not qualified to speak on it. But my first point, like I said, I don't refute the majority argument, but I don't think that you refute that what I said, which is not me changing my argument, but explaining the nuance of my argument. It's a conversation. Your faces are distracting me.
No, it's all good. All right. Carrying on.
I'm really enjoying this, by the way. Like,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I love having intellectual conversations. I've been debating my entire life. I debate for a living. So, like,
are you an attorney?
No, stop asking me questions on this public platform.
Okay, sure.
It doesn't. I may or may not be an attorney, but that doesn't matter.
Fair enough. Sure. The only reason I ask is because we had recently had an attorney on for a debate.
Yeah, I debate a lot. I try to remain as anonymous as possible. So, like, I may or may not be an attorney, but I do debate for a living. I argue for a living. Yes, I do. But it's nice. But anyway, I just have one last question for you.
Sure.
Well, it's one last topic. I don't know your belief system. Are you a follower of Christ, or I don't identify as a Christian. I identify as a follower of Christ.
That's a beautiful thing. I just teach this ism. I've done Bible readings. I've done readings from the Quran. I've done readings from the Torah, and probably at least maybe between the three faiths, maybe 25 to 30 different live sessions. We go through, read the text, and discuss it. I think that there's wisdom in all of those works. But in terms of what I promote and teach, I just teach this ism.
Okay. So I guess when it comes, the reason I brought that up is because one thing that I can never understand is, pardon me, hold on. Sorry, I have the hiccups. But I find that in this sphere online, the men who have these thoughts and ideas tend to be followers of Christ or followers of or teachers of the beliefs of peace. And I think that it's so ironic because every prominent figure, like in my belief system, it would be Christ, but I don't disagree with other ones. Those prominent figures have traits that you all would describe as feminine, but these people are like the greatest leaders of these faiths. And I know, I'll be quick.
You're talking about in the Bible, or you're talking about the preachers of the Bible?
I'm talking about, the Bible as a whole, I don't want to talk about that. I'm not an expert in it, but I am a follower of Christ. So I did read, the New Testament, and I know, at least based on what I've read, I don't want to hear any conspiracies about the books that were taken out. I don't want to hear that. Like, what I've read in the New Testament, what was spoken by Christ, I do know that. And what was spoken by Christ, what we are called to be, and the rules we're called to follow, these are all feminine traits. And that's why topics like this are so interesting to me, because like everything that you have referenced is almost the exact opposite of what like what like the prominent leaders of the beliefs of peace call us to do. Can you explain that?
I think it's challenging to, as you say, explain that, because the foundation of what you're saying is not clear. What do I mean by that? You reference the teachings of Christ in the New Testament, which is, yes, it's debated. Is this missing? Is that missing? But certainly we can agree on certain books, and it would maybe be more precise if you say, you know, in such and such chapter and verse, this is stated. And Marquette, what you're suggesting or your perspective is in direct contradiction with this Bible verse. And then we can engage that. But what I will say is that I do believe that religion is not bad. I think low IQ is bad. I don't think religion is bad. I think that human beings, some of them are black-hearted. Mm-hmm. And the religion is used as a tool as opposed to something to enhance one spiritually. I don't much appreciate when people attempt to separate religion or any of the characters within a given religion from the holy text, mm-hmm. because then it leads to invention and people invent their own cult or their own religion. Mm-hmm. So I respect the major monotheistic religions, and when I discuss them, which is rare, and I don't really like it, I prefer that someone says, you know, in the book of James, it states, "Let not many of you be teachers, for teachers are held to a higher level." Mm. Or it states, "Be wary of making proclamations and promises," you know. And then they say, well, what do you think of this specific verse in the book of James or what have you? But beyond that, beyond a specific citation in the Bible, any reference to Jesus's nature, I couldn't comment on, because that might actually not be his nature. That might be what you feel his nature is, or mm-hmm. what you would hope it to be. I yield the floor.
Well, I agree with what you just said. You know, I also respect all of the monotheistic religions. I also don't think that religion is bad. I like to say that like religion is like art school to a painter. Like art school can help you become a better painter, but you don't have to go to art school to be a Picasso. You know, like I don't think it's inherently bad. I agree with what you just said. And given what you said about not liking to talk about it, I totally respect that. I do think that, you know, the internet can be, you know, the internet can forget that certain things are off limits for conversation. So we don't have to talk about it. And I'll just leave you with this food for thought. But I do want to make it clear that I respect. I don't want to I can tell by like the change in your tone that this is something that you take very seriously. And I'm not going to impede upon that at all, because I'm the exact same way.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. So the only thing I'll just leave and then I'll jet, is I do think that certain things such as restraint, humility, patience, kindness, forgiveness, these things, when considered totally separate from the concept of spirituality or whatever, they're considered to be feminine traits. But in the context of spirituality, these things make the greatest leaders. And although I don't disagree, because at the end of the day, you're right, we don't know. I don't know which one is right. I think that, I'm blessed to have my Christ, but I think, if I was born tomorrow, so it might be something else. It's the conscious. Anyway, I think that, all the leaders and all of the faiths of peace, they teach these things that are like what people would consider feminine, but we respect them the most. And I don't say that to say that like women are superior, because obviously these people are men most of the time. It just goes to show that like we all exist in tandem. We all ought to respect each other more, treat each other better. I understand how we got here. I do, especially as a Black woman. I understand how we got here with our Black men. And a lot of attention has been shone on the Black man, and we may have contributed to that chastising when we should have been contributing to defending and building in and breathing life into. That is true. So I understand how we got here. I understand why men are, feeling the way that they do, but I don't think that this is the antidote. I think that we will finally be thriving again when we get to that place where it's not a war of us against each other. It's just us with each other, if that makes sense. But with that, I just want to say I'm totally geeking out. I cannot believe that I'm debating you right now. And I really enjoyed this conversation, and thank you so much for letting me on for $2. And I will definitely be tuning. I'm subscribing. I subscribe to you on Facebook already, but
Oh, okay. Is that how you found me on Facebook?
That's where I saw you. Yeah, I deleted all my socials. I used to be like a social girly, and then I had all these followers, and I was just like, oh my God, I hate that I can't just post a picture of my cute dog. I have to be like, is this good content? So I just deleted everything. And then I love to go on YouTube and partake in conversations like these, especially with Black men, because I love Black men. I support Black men. I'm a Black woman, and I do recognize that there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of accountability that needs to be taken, including from our side, from the women, So yes, I saw you go viral on Facebook. And when I hit live, I saw you were live, and I was like, oh my God. So thank you so much. I really enjoyed the convo, and I'm literally hitting subscribe right now.
I appreciate that. Thank you for calling in and blessing us with your calm presence and being understanding and having a positive message. We appreciate that.
Of course. And just to be clear, I'm not a cat lady. And with that, I'm out. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right. There you go. And shout out to the ladies who actually come on, because mostly they don't. So that's always a nice new perspective. And so we appreciate that lady coming on. May I also acknowledge Michael. He writes, appreciate you came in by PayPal. Shout out to Clay. He writes, tuition for the quality work and taking the time out to host this lecture. You're very welcome. May I also acknowledge Wayne. He writes, peace of saints tuition. We really got to hammer home the 3-sentence Bible, particularly the first part. You ain't never lie. Shout out to Darius. And the funny thing too is little buddy was over here and bro was lying about everything. He didn't want to turn on his camera. He didn't want to answer any questions accurately. He wanted to tell me about Eastern Europe and Afghanistan, never been. bro want to pretend he's a foundational Black American. It's like, bruh. And shout out to my Haitians, man. I got a lot of love and respect for Haitians. And Haitian history is really impressive. I'd be proud if I was a Haitian. I mean, they were the first independent Black nation. They basically revolted and ended slavery themselves. I mean, that's a phenomenal history. If you know it, he probably didn't know it, but to hide and not want to be who you are is fairly pathetic. But then to try to claim that you like the big homie, bro, knock it off. Bro, knock it off. You're insane. Shout out to Darius. He writes, peace to the saints, tuition, big homie, paying what I owe. And the funny thing, too, is little buddy don't realize that I'm so gamed up. It's like, bro, I can hear in your tone, something's not quite there. Now, let me tell you guys this, and this is the funny thing. You see, I speak very properly. Most of the time, I say probably about in just my regular life, if I'm in the hood or not, 80% of the time, I'm speaking the Queen's English. I believe in it. Whatever language you speak, I think you should try to master the language. So 80% of the time I speak properly. Now, here's the thing. Even when I was a kid growing up in the hood, I still speak properly. Now, imagine that. And I never had a problem. Nobody ever tried to get over on me. Never, one time. See, because what these peons don't understand, because they don't know how to be themselves. They can't exist in that environment without trying to emulate the way they think you should be. And that's why I could listen to little buddy's tone. And I was like, yeah, no, there's something in there that's not authentic. Yeah, no, there's something in it that's not quite right. No sirree, Bob. And then try to lie. You try to lie and get busted lying. Extraordinary. Shout out to Miras supporting the work, came in by Venmo. Appreciate you. Looks like we're caught up there. I also acknowledge Gary and Adama supporting the work using the Stripe link in the description of the video. Appreciate you. Shout out to one of the saints. Looks like he booked a consultation at peacetothesaints.com. The consultation button is at the bottom. Shout out to Kristen, who just went and got dripped up. I want to see which sweatshirt he got. So we got some cold new drip at sasnbrand.com. I just, we uploaded recently okay, he just got the Takeout Simps hoodie. Love to see it. We just uploaded a rug on sasnbrand.com, and in this rug, it says, if you're reading to this, if you are reading this constitutes consent. If you're seeing this, that means, if you are not down, please leave. I mean, you kind of need stuff like that nowadays. So it's a rug for your home that states, if you are reading this constitutes consent. If you are not down, leave. Straight up, it got to be like that. You know what I mean? You really got to be clear with them, because next thing you know, they're gonna have you, doing more time than Mandela. May I also acknowledge via PayPal, Kristen came in. He writes, goofy N-words like him give these females room to believe that they can lead, because beta males like him get to talking and he's clearly not a leader. I agree with you there. I'm going to grab the Takeout Sims hoodie right now. Might get the beat up Sims one as well. Ramon suggested just because it's bigger. Yeah, I gotta catch up on those myself. The Takeout Sims one, I had that one. I feel as though those run big, me personally. Shout out to Ray. He writes, Saint, let her go color in her coloring book or make an N-word a sandwich or something. Exercise infinity, this guy. Christian comes back. He writes, the liberal white woman is the reason why Ike Turner was a great philosopher. She's just moving the goalpost to not be wrong. It'd be like that. Now, here's the thing. In talking to the lame Haitian versus talking to the young lady, see, the thing is, he was talking like a female. So I had to cut that off. Yeah, I got to cut that off. And she was talking in largely the same way, but the difference is she's actually a woman. Carry on. I don't require you to make sense. Carry on. I don't require you to, I'm gonna try to tap in and stay locked in and listen to what you're saying. But if you're a dude talking nonsense, like, bro, knock it off, man. Knock it off. I'll slap you in the back of your head. Because You treat a woman according to what she actually is and her true wiring. And a beta male's like, bro, man, you better go sit down somewhere, man. We don't have no time for you doing all that goofy ish. So yeah, they get these beta males come here. And there's nothing, there are beta males on the planet Earth. I get it. I'm not going to get at you foul because you're a beta male. You're a critical part of society. Beta males are a critical part of society because if we don't have losers, we can't have winners. So we need them. I don't have an issue with beta males, but I do have an issue with beta males lying and trying to poke out their chest like there's something that they're not. It's like, bro, knock it off. Like, I felt like when he was coming on here talking all reckless, you had a situation where, I don't know if you guys ever saw that clip where Soulja Boy is sitting next to Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Soulja Boy over like, yeah, man, I've been in Bompton. I used to fight every day in Bompton. When I was in high school, I was knocking people out. I got scars on my knuckles. I be knocking stuff out. And then Floyd is kind of looking at his knuckles and looking at him like, bro, if you don't knock it out, like knock it off. Floyd is the greatest fighter ever. And then you have Soulja Boy talking about how he packing stuff up. It's like, come on, man, please stop it. That's what I felt was going on. I was like, wait, you're over here talking about you won't call the girl because it's 12:30 a.m. It's late at night. Like, so you scared to call Shorty at 12:30 a.m., but you also over here telling me you're about to park her like a Cadillac? Come on, man. It can't be real. You can't be serious here. You gonna park Shorty like a Cadillac, but you can't call her at 12:30. Man, knock it off. You got to stop with the lies. And that's the thing that kills me about the internet. With the internet, you have a situation wherein people get on and they know it's hard for you to fact check them. So they just say anything to win the argument in the moment, even though they're lying. And that's one thing that I've always tried my best is to state the facts and stay consistent. That's why you guys may have witnessed, I went through a well put together hit piece. It was a documentary, trying, Marquett's this, Marquette that. And I went through every single piece and said, okay, they said that, that's a lie. Boom, here's the evidence. They said that, boom, that's a lie. Here's the evidence. And the only reason I can do that is because I've been telling the truth the whole time. So if someone says something about me, I'm saying, well, I'm a YouTuber, so everything I say is recorded on YouTube. So show me the video where I said that. And if I said that, then it was true, and then I'll show you the evidence. And I tell you, I'm a human being. If someone ever presents something and I said something, maybe I exaggerate or I lied, I'm going to say, you know what? That wasn't true, or that didn't happen like that. Or I took a liberty there. That was not how that really happened. And I'll fix it, because to err is to be human. To want to look good in the public is a human thing. I get that. We all experience that. But I can tell you, I'm 7 years in now. 20. Yeah, I'm 7 years in now, and no one's ever brought forward anything documenting me lying. That's pretty good. 7 years in, no lies, all facts. And if someone did bring a lie, I mean, damn, one lie in 7 years is pretty good. I don't think they will. I don't think they will. Anyways, let me acknowledge some of the folks coming in using the super chat feature. Let's see. I think I got that one. Rakeley writes, he doesn't believe that he can control his outcomes and get what he wants out of relationships. He continually makes excuses why he doesn't believe it's possible. Bingo. And that's how we knew he was lying. That's how we knew he was lying. Because he said, I am polygamous, like present tense. And I was like, you're lying. Because if you were and you were having it your way, you'd have a much more optimistic perspective. You keep telling us how it can't work. So like, please stop lying. Sunwill writes, he ain't a boss. A boss has two phones. Exactly. I'm using one phone for the video, and here's another one. Yeah, 100%. I agree with you there. It's very likely you'd have two phones. This hoodie is at sasnbrand.com. The young lady, we did bring her on. Jason writes, dude, are you okay? Why so much anger toward an easy opponent? This guy has an illness. It's okay. It's okay. He writes, it's like listening to two girls in high school argue about how popular they are. Wisdom doesn't argue with stupidity. Both men are being ignorant. this is another beta male. This is what a beta male looks like, ladies and saints. Beta males, they hate to see strength because they don't have it. It scares them. Subconsciously, it scares them. So there's another beta male. And I invite you, beta male, to come on live. I'd be happy to host you. You can give us some of your lessons, which have not profited you at all. Shout out to Kantak writes, this is a tribute to for enduring his blabber. Yeah, little buddy was overestimating himself something seriously. Day writes, gaslighting is crazy when you're being recorded, bruh. He writes, she knows her tone. The fact that she brought up black woman as a defense is very telling. Damien came in supporting the work 2 times. He writes, much respect, Mr. Burton. You are definitely a man of God. Keep speaking truth and educating the people. I appreciate that, sir. Don writes, making my name known. Respect to the big homie. Shout out to Don out here. Don Health Fit came in making it known. Yes, indeed. And the Haitians are down tonight. Bro came in and made all the Haitians look bad. That's a damn shame. May also acknowledge, looks like this may be potentially a woman's name, so I'm just not going to say it. I don't know if she wants her name said. She writes, thank you for speaking on Palestine. I am first generation born in the USA. Both parents and all 4 grandparents survived the Nakba. She's really Palestinian. Grandparents' home in Haifa was stolen. I appreciate you. That's really sad. That's such a sad thing. Thank you for supporting the work. And, I'll tell you guys that, there's so many, being exposed to the public is really an unfortunate thing, especially for someone like me, because I'm an introvert. I was doing some grocery shopping today, which I almost never get to do. It's actually kind of fun. It's a pleasure when you don't have to do it. So I was doing some grocery shopping. And earlier I had posted a reel when I was in Starbucks and some uncivilized persons that brought their canines in. And I dropped in Starbucks for a meeting. And some female replied to my story and she writes, you're in Starbucks. I thought you support Palestine. Aren't we boycotting Starbucks? And I was just like, wow, like you're a random person who's probably done all of nothing for anybody other than yourself. You've probably done nothing for anybody and certainly much less for Palestine. And I'm just like, damn, that's crazy. Like, did you lose millions of dollars supporting Palestine? Like, do you have reputational damage supporting Palestine? Have your life opportunities been limited supporting Palestine? Like, don't message me, lady. Like, you're a random nobody who does nothing for anybody messaging me, hey, why are you at Starbucks? Now, here's the thing. Everyone knows I don't drink coffee. Everybody knows I don't drink coffee, and Starbucks is a coffee house. Did I drop in Starbucks for a meeting? Absolutely. Do I feel any shame whatsoever about that? Not in the least bit. And I was just thinking, it's so sad when people let their women get out of control. First off, madam, you shouldn't have been messaging me. It appears you have a husband and children. He's for sure a beta male. And I didn't message her back. I just blocked her because I was like, this is kind of stupidity I don't want to be victim of again. But it's sad how you can do so much, but there'll be always some imbecile in the public that wants more. They really want blood. They want you to pay with your blood. And if you listen to the public, you'll probably end up in the absolute worst position because you'll be listening to people who are low IQ and dishonest. And I was just like, did this chick really just message me? I've actually suffered, unfortunately, for supporting Palestine in real ways. I was like, you're just some doofus woman who probably does nothing, probably haven't donated a penny. You live in a safe place. You've never been to Palestine. And you're trying to police me. That's wild. That is wild. I remember back in the day when I was a kid, I used to wonder, I was like, why is it that famous people, not suggesting that I'm a significantly famous person, but just giving a reference to when I was a youngster. I used to wonder, why when famous people encounter their fans or admirers in public, I was like, why aren't they nicer? Why aren't they more polite? And it's hard to imagine something when your life experience is so remote. And now I have a sense of it. It's because you've been worn down by the volume of strangers approaching you, and half of them are imbeciles. and they're approaching you with foolishness and inconsideration and just poor manners. Me, if anyone here has ever encountered me in the public, you probably find that I'm very friendly and open, which is something that I believe in. And even if I'm with, a woman or even with my mother, I will take out the extra time to engage and be kind because I believe in that. And I also believe in the fact that, if I take out 5 more minutes than I maybe wanted to, that was just 5 minutes to you, but 5 minutes to me, but maybe it's a lot more to you in meaning. And so I will take out the time, and I always engage people with kindness and respect. And truth be told, I've never one time had a negative experience in person with anyone with regards to, public, being known in the public. And so I'm always happy to do it. But those kind of messages, it's the kind of thing that makes you just really despise dealing with the public or being known by the public, because it was such a rotten thing. And that's a rotten woman. And the funny thing is, I bet she thinks she's a good person. I bet in her mind she thinks she's a good person. And in her mind, she thought she sent a meaningful message, when really it's just the kind of thing that turns you off. Sad, really. But hey, c'est la vie. May I acknowledge? Okay, so Alicia sent her email. So I'm going to go ahead and kick this link back to you, Alicia. So give me 1 second. I'll let you know when I've sent the link to join. Just need to grab it for you. Okay, Alicia, you should have that link in your email if you take a look. Okay, great. So we'll give Alicia a little bit of time to join on. I actually do still have some more game for you guys. If you guys want to keep it going, I got more game. I actually didn't even really get into the game that I have, or even the arguments, to be honest with you. Nobody really, they didn't hit me with anything, so I ain't hit them back with anything. It's kind of like, it was kind of like Iran. They got all those missiles underground. You don't really know what they have. They have some advanced technology. I didn't really hit anybody with anything, so I still got a lot of game. I actually have slides. You guys know how I get down. I got some slides here. Okay. Hey there.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well.
I'm so excited to be here.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm excited to be here as well.
Anyways, I was gonna say, I wanted to talk. I know you have like a main question, but I also wanted to talk about other topics, if that's okay, if I'm allowed to.
Sure. What's on your mind?
For the workplace thing, my answer is kind of cut and dry. I feel like women should work if they can work in wherever they want to work. I don't think it really matters, and I don't really care about women in leadership.
Where you work at?
Well, personal, ain't it?
Yeah. Well, put it this way. Let's think of it like this. So say I say, where do you work, right? And then you work at Ruby Tuesdays. You could instead say, I work at Chili's, right? Just to give us a sense of like kind of the kind of work that you're in.
You're good. I'm an officer. I'm a security officer.
You do security?
Yeah.
Okay. You ever have to rough anybody up?
No. I'm under 21, so not armed.
Okay.
Well, I arm myself, but
you keep a little something on you.
I keep a little thing on me.
All right, I hear you. Okay, for sure. So you're saying that women should be working?
Yeah. I mean, if they're perfectly able, I mean, obviously, listen. If you can't lift 50, can I curse? No, okay, let me not.
Let you not.
Yeah, let me not. if
Yeah.
you can't lift 50 gosh darn pounds, why would you be working as like a box lifter? You know, like stuff like
Right.
that. But I feel like if you're able to do whatever you want, do whatever makes you bag.
Okay. Okay. So what would you say? Oh, real quick. Are you a heavier girl?
I know you lying asking me that question. I know you're lying. Sir, did no one tell you? Did your mama not tell you you're not supposed to ask a woman about her weight?
Nah. She actually didn't mention that part.
Mm.
Are you a bigger girl?
All right. Yo, chill out.
All right, it's all good. It's all good. Don't
No,
even trip.
let me
Don't even
think.
trip.
Let me think. Cause I be saying I am, but I be saying I am. I feel like I am, but like my man be saying I got
Okay,
volume.
let's do it. Let's do it like this. Let's do it like this, right? So we don't know your name. Nobody knows your name. Nobody knows your face, right? So we could really talk.
Yeah.
So, what's your height and weight?
I am. Dang, I don't really know. I think like I'm 5'4", yeah,
Okay,
like 5'4", maybe 5'5", maybe 5'5".
right. Okay.
140.
Oh, that's straight. You straight. Okay, that's what's up. Are
Maybe, but I
you
haven't checked in a minute. Maybe 145. I don't know. My man can pick me up though. That's all I got to say.
okay? What are you?
Pakistani.
Pakistani in the building.
Yeah, you be speaking on us a
Pakistan.
lot.
Yeah. No, for sure. Absolutely. Okay, that's what's up. Shout out to Pakistan. Shout out to Pakistan. You
This is a
dig?
vibe. Come on.
Yeah. Karachi, all that. We outside.
Lahore, let's go.
You dig? Okay, for sure though. Now is your man Pakistani?
No. You want to take a guess? Take a gander.
I have a guess.
Go ahead.
Black.
I'm. Yeah, he's watching right now. Shout out JLE Jr.
Hey, shout out to him. Okay, cool. Now, what's the goal of your life? Like, what's the goal for you?
Same as everybody else, having a good career, having a good family.
Shorty said the same as everybody else. Whatever them niggas over there doing, sign me up.
Because who's really just sitting at home like, damn, I want to be a fuck up for the. Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoa.
I want to. No, my fault. Who's just really sitting at home though? Like, I want to be a screw up for the rest of my life. Like, no, everybody want a good career, a good future, good family. I feel majority. Let's say majority.
Right. Yeah, but I'll give you an example if you were to ask me. Do you mind?
Yo, Lil Cash Kid, you better watch yourself, bruh.
Wait,
Don't make me mad up in here. Yo,
you can't be reading the
Lil
chat.
Cash
You
Kid,
can't
please.
listen, ma'am. We can't have you reading the chat because then it's
Lil
gonna
Cash
go.
Kid about to catch these hands. Actually, you about to
Nah,
catch these hands. Stop it.
You gotta stay away from that chat.
Name. Don't say my man name.
You gotta stay off that chat, madam.
My fault. All right, continue.
All right,
Sorry.
you're straight. Okay, see, you didn't got distracted.
Cause Lil Cash Kid better made me mad. Lil Cash Kid, you better stop. That's why you little.
Yeah. Okay. So when I ask you what's the goal of your life, I'll give you an example. So if someone asked me, Mark, what's the goal of your life? And I would say to have a very large, successful family that is a positive example to mankind. So I want as many kids as possible, big, huge family. And when people look at the family, they're like, that's how it's supposed to go. That's how you create happiness and abundance like that. That's how you should behave. So when anything that I do, I kind of backward plan it and say, hey, well, how does it add up to that? And being that that's my goal, if I could do that tomorrow, then I'll do it tomorrow, right? So for you, because if it's a goal, you can never get there fast enough. For you, what's your goal or desired outcome?
I want a decent, moderate sized family with one
Okay.
singular human,
You're saying
with
with
one
one,
other partner,
with
with
one other.
one singular.
Okay. No sister wives.
Hell no, you got me messed up, bro.
Okay. You are Pakistani, right? Like your family ain't messing with the dean.
That's, you know what? You're so fun. This. Let me correct something for all. I think 700 people. Let me correct something for 700 people. Right? You talk about you do Quran and this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I really, really, really dislike it when people that are not from my religion per se try to read on certain passages and be like, "Oh, this is what that meant." No, y'all don't really know, right? So you say you do Quran passages, whatever, right? You do Quran readings in the Quran, right? In my religion, the only reason why our prophets plural, ever
Uh-huh.
had multiple wives, right, was because back in those times, men would go to war and women would not work. And because men would go to war, so many of them would die that there would be too many widows. And at that point in time, there were too many, like, women did not have, they didn't have jobs, whatever. They didn't have any way to make income. So when their husbands would die and they would become widows, they could literally do nothing. They could literally do nothing. They couldn't go and buy food because they didn't have money, right? And so the only reason why that was allowed, right? And it was allowed for a time, for a singular period in time, because all these widowed women needed men. They specifically needed men. So that's why men were allowed to have up to 4 wives. But in doing so, you needed to genuinely like your wife. You needed to genuinely love your wife. And you needed to treat every single one of your wives the same. If you bought something for one of your wives, you have to buy the same thing for the other one. Right. So it's not about having y'all Americanized it. Y'all, that's what y'all did. Y'all took my
No,
religion and twisted it.
I think you just Americanized it. Did you just try to give us a tafsir?
Excuse me?
Tafsir? You familiar with this term?
I don't know if you're not. No.
Uh-huh. Okay. Tafsir is a scholarly interpretation or explanation of a verse in the Quran, but you didn't reference any verses actually, which
You know what's
is
funny?
what's funny.
I do mess with you some of the things that you say, right? But then
Hmm.
other times you're really the type of person, and hey, no disrespect. You're really the type of
Go
guy.
off,
You're
sis.
really the type of guy to be like word vomit, word salad up in here, and then you know, that's when you catch someone else off guard. I think you did it with the other lady. I mean, I didn't really, I don't know what happened with that, but try to do it with the other lady, and obviously she didn't know the terms he was talking about because, some people, you're educated. Good job, mashallah. Good for you. You're educated. You know a lot of big words, but you catch people off guard when they don't know these words, and then if
Uh-huh.
you try to make it seem like, oh, they're the uneducated ones, but it's just like it's word vomit. You don't have to. It's not a
No,
game to.
because tafsir it's a fairly basic term in Islam. In You just basically tried to give us a mini khutbah, but you were not accurate. You basically lied. And this is precisely why the scholars are not women, they're men. And in Islam,
Women can be
a
scholars
woman's
as well.
word, is that true?
That is true. Wow.
You telling a lot of lies.
Oh, you throwing a lot of word vomit. You trying to talk on something
You
you
telling
don't
a lot of
know about.
lies. You telling a lot of lies.
We could do that because
So you said
scholars in our
women can be scholars in Islam, like
so
a
there's
sheikh
different things.
or
There's
mufti.
there's different things, right? So you could be a hafiz or a hafizah, meaning you read and memorize the whole Quran. Women can do that as
That's
well.
not being a scholar. That's just being a Muslim. Every Muslim is encouraged to memorize Quran.
A
That's not being a
mufti,
scholar.
a mufti, whatever, a sheikh Those
Yes.
are different terms. Those are people that actually, a scholar could be, anyone could be a scholar. And anyone could be
No,
like,
that's
well, I'm
not
teaching
true,
people things.
madam.
Oh, I think it is. And
No.
anyone could go out and teach someone something, but it's like, I have
Yeah,
other
you don't have
women
to
in
be a
our,
scholar to give dawah, but when I said scholar, everyone knows that I'm referring to an imam, a mufti, a sheikh.
well, not everybody
So
knows. I
no,
mean, I didn't know.
a
But
woman
like, no, yeah,
cannot,
you're right.
well, any Muslim knows if you say a Muslim scholar, you're talking about an imam, a mufti, or a sheikh. And no, a woman cannot be an imam, a mufti, or a sheikh. It's just not the case.
She can have the
So
same knowledge of the title.
a
Is just
woman
the
can
title.
never have the same knowledge as a man, because if you are learned in the Quran, and me personally, I don't like to reference hadith, but even you would be aware that if, say, a crime was committed, the woman's testimony is not taken with the same weight as a man's testimony, which is to say her perspective and knowledge is not regarded at the same level as a man. So we could never Islamically suggest that a woman could be a scholar, one, because there are none. It's not permissible. And two, because the law itself in Islam, Sharia, does not respect a woman as a one-to-one witness with a man. So that shows you that what is in her mind is not regarded at the same level as what is in a man's mind.
Right, but that's an incorrect statement, because you can't say that someone can never have the same knowledge as somebody else, because that's just, everyone is born with the brain. Everybody is born with the brain. So it's not someone could never have the same knowledge as somebody else. You can. Obviously, there's different rules to everything and stuff like that, but I could, if I studied up, how old are you?
A lot older than you.
How old are you?
A lot older than you. It's public knowledge if you just type in.
People never wanna say their age.
Well, that's because it's public knowledge. So if you just
Right.
like type it into Google, Marquett Burton age. The only reason I say that is because in some things, like if you call in the titles debate, I just expect you to be prepared at a basic level, because you get the strategic advantage. Like you can do all your research, and I don't even know you're coming, so you just show up like really well informed. But on the topic of Islam, you lied and tried to suggest that having a second wife requires that like the woman's husband gets killed in war or something like that.
What I said.
This is not true.
Wait, that's not what I said.
A man can take a second wife simply because he decides to.
But
He
that's
doesn't
not
even
what I
need
said.
to.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
but
not
you
what I said.
suggested
I said
suggested
that's
that
how
it would be
started.
haram. It doesn't matter how
I
it
didn't
started.
say
It
the word
matters.
haram. You're just putting shit. I'm sorry.
I did
You're just
not
putting stuff
say
on
you
me.
said. I said you suggested. So
Right,
my
but we're
point
not
is that
talking
you
about
suggested.
suggestions. We're talking about what I physically actually said.
Yeah, what you said was bid'ah. What you said was bid'ah.
All right, and so what I said, not suggested, said, was that it started off from that, right?
But it's irrelevant. You were trying to argue against it. And if you're a real Muslim, and most women are not, most men are not, but even fewer women, if you're a real Muslim, you wouldn't be arguing against what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has granted for every man, this option. You wouldn't argue against it. You would say, I'm a Muslim.
I'm telling you exactly
and the Prophet
why
Muhammad,
it
peace
was
be upon
granted.
him. What's the relevance? There's no relevance. The
I'm
fact is
telling
that
you
that is within a
exactly
man's
why. No,
right.
because American people like you, right, try to take our religion and try to take, oh, but
Wait,
they have.
which country are you a citizen of? Which country are you a citizen of?
I'm American. I'm American,
Okay,
but I'm also
so
Pakistani.
just live
claim
in reality.
and
Just
I
live
claim
in
both.
reality.
And I claim both. And I claim both. But what I'm trying to say is,
when it's convenient.
that's what it. But why do you think that you know everybody? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you really sit up here and just like, oh, just based on how she's talking, this is how I can. But you don't really know somebody, though. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, I don't really know you, but I do know enough because I've heard enough people who are overconfident. So they have excess confidence, but insufficient knowledge. And in your case, you have not referenced any verses from the Quran. You were not familiar with the most basic of terms most Muslims would know, especially if they're trying to lecture.
Let me stop you right there, actually, because I don't need to reference that, because that's not what I was trying to talk about in the first place, though. I was not trying to talk about that in the first place. I was trying to talk about why you think morally, like, what's up with you and polygyny, like, morally. That's what I was trying to say. I'm not referencing religion.
Wait, are you saying that it's immoral?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so what do you mean morally? What's up with me and polygyny?
Like, I'm trying to say why you think you need that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm
Okay,
trying
well,
to
let's
say.
talk about
Also,
it
y'all need to chill in
Islamically.
the chat. Like, I said I was being respectful, y'all. Why
Do
y'all
you
coming at
do
me?
you recall me asking you not to read the chat?
I mean, it's all up in my face though. Like, what's up with this?
Okay, I thought you had agreed to not read the chat.
I
I
didn't
thought you had.
agree. I'm looking at it. I'm not gonna read it because y'all being mean. But
Okay, so I thought
what
you had
I'm trying
agreed
to
to not
say,
read the chat.
I know I didn't. I just said I acknowledge what you said, but now I'm not gonna read it because y'all
I
being
see.
mean. What? Okay, listen. I'm not overconfident and uninformed. Like I said, you're just throwing big words around. You're just trying to make other people, feel stupid. But I'm saying, like, you could listen
Am
to
I
me.
though?
Wait though,
Am
wait though,
I?
wait though, wait though, wait though. You could listen. Actually, strip all that down. Like, truly, I'm not really interested in who's smarter because you probably 100% are smarter than me. You older than me and stuff like that. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from when you talk about stuff like that because when I say that I don't get polygyny, I'm not saying as I know that my religion allows that in cases or whatever and under rules. I know that. And I know that probably other religions too. I mean, there's hundreds of religions. Probably other religions do too. I'm trying to understand why you personally think without religion, without okay, let's bring biology into it. Without all that, why you think that you need multiple partners at one time?
Why do you say partner? Like, what do you mean by that?
Oh, well, is it not? Is it not like you're like your partner, like your mate?
I have business partners, so
Oh,
yeah,
that's what I like to. I don't know. I don't really like the term boyfriend girlfriend because
yeah. You don't like the term partner either. You're just repeating what you've been conditioned to say. Partner is a term that comes from the LGBTQ, and the reason they use that
who
term
are
is to
you
remove
talking about?
gender. They
I've
use that
never.
term to. That's okay. They use that term to remove gender. So boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife. Partner is gender neutral. That's why the LGBTQ use it. They popularize it, and youngsters like you start using it, not knowing why. That's
I
okay.
was gonna say I just don't like partner because I feel like boyfriend girlfriend sounds really like I don't know. It just sounds like my boyfriend, like I'm in fifth grade or something. Like that's why I said partner. But let's say wives. Let's wives. That wasn't a problem. I don't know why you just
Yeah.
try to bring the LGBTQ community into it.
Well, that's
But
where that word came from that you're using. You're using language that they
I
taught you
didn't
to
know that.
use.
Thank you for informing me on that because I didn't know
You're
that.
welcome. So there's that. But your question was about polygyny. And polygyny is a natural way of living, it's a logical way of living. But most importantly, it gives you more power and it accelerates all of the good things in life. So, number one, I think you, as a security guard, can agree that, say, you encounter someone who's a threat, maybe it's like a crazed Pakistani woman, right? And you are just by yourself as a security guard, and you got this crazy Pakistani woman, like, you don't have to shoot the one-on-one, you might lose. But would you agree if there was like you and then two other women, you'd have a great advantage? Is that correct?
Against the Pakistani woman? Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just one of her, right? So the same thing is true with polygyny. You have more safety and protection, not only from a physical standpoint, but also from a financial standpoint. You have more incomes being pooled. If one person were to lose their job, you still have two backup incomes. The house is going to be cleaner. You guys can also enjoy each other and have community. You don't have to do things alone. You don't have to cook alone. You don't have to do all of that. And most importantly, you can accelerate the production of children because women produce children at quite slowly. 9 months it takes to get one out. If you have 3 women, you can really accelerate that at a significant level. And we know that this system is preferred because usually the wealthy and powerful people in a society, like the royalty, they have the best of what the society has to offer. And if you look at royalty, whether it's in China, it's in Africa, or it's really anywhere else, you find that polygyny was a very common way of living. And most importantly, it respects the woman. so that women are not discarded. You see a lot of times women will have like, oh, my ex-husband, and now they have a broken family and no man and no protector and no guide. Polygyny maintains the family unit. So there are many reasons, and those are some of the secular logical reasons for it.
Have you never met a woman that was like jealous? Have you never met a woman that only wanted to be with you, that only wanted you? Like, I'm confused. Every woman you met was just like, oh, okay.
I've maybe never met a woman who was not jealous. I maybe never met a woman who did want to, her preference was to share. And it's, just like anything else in life, the best things in life are rare. The best women in life are rare. Polygyny is not a common thing. I don't recommend it for most people. They're not worthy. Most men aren't good enough, and most women aren't good enough. A woman who can operate in polygyny is a high IQ woman. She's a high EQ woman. She's a woman who can get control of her emotions. She's a woman who can see the big picture and the greater benefit. And most importantly, she's a woman who really believes in her man and honors and respects him enough that she wants his DNA to be propagated widely.
Well, I'm sorry. I just don't agree with that at all. I mean, maybe, you know what? There are tons of people out in this world. Maybe someone somewhere is just like, that's exactly what I want. But you've never looked at a woman and just like, I want to be like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, you never really looked at like your girl or whatever. Like, I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Like, I don't want to share you with anybody. I don't want to be shared with nobody. Like, I just want to be with you for the rest of my life. Like, you never been in love like that? What was so funny about that? What was so funny about that?
See, that kind of a question, that's you as a woman, as a female, telling me how you feel, and then saying, Marquette, have you ever felt like a woman? And it's like, nah, I've
I
never
didn't
felt
ask
like a
you how
woman.
you felt like a woman.
No, that is what you just
Like
asked me. You just asked me,
nah, that
Marquette, have
isn't
you
though,
ever
because I
felt like
really
a
just
woman?
asked. That's not what I asked. Why do you think that everything is like a straight hit towards your masculinity, bro? Like nobody's coming
No,
at you though.
that's
But
not
like
what that is.
nobody, but like I'm not
As a
coming at you.
female, no, I understand. As a female, you're wired to pursue one man and to try to monopolize him because it's better for you as an individual. Fair enough. But also biologically and anatomically, you're designed to be dominated by one man. You start sleeping with multiple guys, you'll end up with a UTI, you'll have yeast infections and fungal this and that, and you'll smell bad. And it's just your body's not designed to have intercourse with multiple guys in the natural way. So women are designed to be monogamous. Conversely, if a man sleeps with 10 women back to back to back to back, showers in between, he's not going to get a UTI. I don't even think men realize that they can get UTIs. Our body is absolutely designed for polygyny. Women only have a limited number of eggs. They're
Right.
precious.
So
Men have an infinite amount of semen. So we're designed to propagate, and it's the weak males among us who will yield to a woman like you and go out like a sucker. And it's the strong, desirable men among us, like me, that will live like the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and follow the Sunnah and have multiple wives.
and there's delusional women out there that really think that you're like this god or something, and I don't know what type of cult you're running over here where you just think that I'm better than everybody else, bro. But who are you though, bro? Like at the end of the day, everybody is still human. Like you always think about this is a manly thing, this is a womanly thing, this is a manly thing, but it's just like you have respect for the human that you're looking at, the human that you're talking to, because it don't feel like it, don't seem like it. Every female that I've seen you debate, even men, you try to alpha men up in here like 2 people ago, and so you're trying to alpha this man. Like it's just, I mean, he was talking about being a woman. I don't know about that, but I'm saying like do you walk into a room and be like, I'm the smartest guy in here? It seemed like it. It seemed like it.
No,
You probably think you're gonna
I'm just
dominate
thinking
every.
I'm just thinking that's a strange question. Where are you
I
going
think
with
that
that?
it's really strange that you're out here coming after people. Just came at me. I said I was trying to be respectful. I just said I like some of the things that you said, but you really just trying to come after me and be
Did
like,
I
"What
just come
weak
at you?
weirdo men?" Yeah, you did. You said weak weirdo men
Ah,
that
wait.
get shot up. Like,
No, I don't think I said weird. I didn't say weirdo man. I said weak or maybe less desirable. But that's okay. That's the majority of men. That's not an insult. That's a description.
but
So
like that's so subjective though. Like I could
no,
look
no,
at you
that's not
like
subjective.
it
No,
is,
that's
it
not
is, it is,
subjective.
it is,
No,
it is,
it's
because
not.
you're not a
That's not
millionaire, right?
subjective.
You can't buy
Who's
me. I
not?
know you.
Wait, who's not
You
a millionaire?
you
Oh,
you
interesting. How'd you
you
come up with that?
always try to
You're trying
try
to
to.
slick shot. You're trying to slick shot because you feel intimidated and embarrassed, and that's okay. The reason you feel
Wallahi,
intimidated,
I'm not embarrassed.
please stop. No,
Wallahi,
you are. You should be embarrassed if you're
wallahi,
not.
I'm not embarrassed.
You know, because
Yo,
you
nobody like
tried to
you could
slick shot,
ever
and
embarrass me.
what
Listen,
I could tell is you're a
nobody.
very low income person. The
Oh,
reason I
am
know that
I?
you are
Am
definitely low
I?
income.
Am
The
I?
reason that I know
Am
for
I?
sure you're low income is
Mhm.
because the hallmark of people who are low income is that they don't have the tools to recognize other people's level of income because they're so far away. And I'll tell you another reason I know you're low income.
Mhm.
You come from a Pakistani family, you claim to be Muslim. I don't believe that at all. But if you were from a traditional Pakistani family that had money, yours does not, then your parents, especially your father, would not allow you to be Paul Blart Mall Cop. So the reason you're a mall cop is because you have
I'm
to go
not
out and
that
work
old.
to
I don't
earn,
know.
because you have to go out and earn. Me personally, I wouldn't spoil my kids, but I would not allow my daughter to disgrace the family by being a mall cop. And I also wouldn't put her in harm's way to make $16 an hour. So you are in crippling poverty. And it's
I'm in
okay to
crippling
be.
poverty. Hey, you
Yes,
hear that? I'm in
yes,
crippling poverty. Hey,
and it's
you see my
okay. It's
Venmo, right?
okay.
All right.
You,
Listen, if you listen, wait. If you're really about that though, send me
it's
a
okay.
band right now. Listen. If you're really about that though, send me a band right
No,
now. No, but
and
if you're
it's
really about
okay.
that, but if you're
There's
really about
nothing
that,
wrong
send me
with
a
being in
band.
poverty, but there's a
No,
lot
right,
wrong with
right.
being in mental poverty.
I'm
And the
in
fact
mental
that you
poverty.
come on here cursing, being rude and unruly and unladylike, that's a representation of the failings of your parents. And when you say that you're both Pakistani and American, no, dear, you are wholly American, and you're American in the most shameful ways. You exemplify all of the excesses in our society that people abroad, maybe in Pakistan, speak ill of. And rather than having humility and being honest, you come on here
Right,
lying
but
about
what
who
would
you
I
are.
have? What would I have humility towards? What would I have humility towards? Right? What would I be humble for? What should I be humble for?
You're a mall
Because
cop.
but you're nobody to me. And also,
you're
but who
you're a
cares?
female.
But
You're a
who
female
cares? But
mall
who
cop. What
cares
do you
though?
mean? What do you mean? What should I
But
be
who
humble about?
cares
You're a
though?
female mall
But who
cop. What are you
cares? But
talking
who
about?
cares? But who cares?
I think you
You're
care. I
but
think
you're
you
the guy
care.
that's on here coming after people time and time again just because you're one of those
Well, the
people with
reason,
you.
no, that's
Someone
not
could
true.
debate
The
you. No,
reason that
listen.
we
No,
deal with
listen.
people like you in this way is according to who you are. So if you come on and you're respectful and you're civil, I will give that right back to you. That's why I have a 3-sentence Quran, if you like. Be yourself, be good to yourself, be good to good people. You're not a good person, so I don't treat you
I'm
like
not
a
a
good
good
person.
person.
Like, for
But you
example,
don't know
the
me. So how
lady
you know
who
I'm not a good
we
person?
know enough about you because you're mentioning the Quran and you're cursing in the same sentence. You're also claiming to be a Muslim and
Mhm.
you're engaging in bid'ah and you're poisoning everyone listening because you're telling lies about
I'm
what is written in
poisoning
the holy
everyone.
book.
No, so please
Yes.
tell me what's written. So
You
please
don't
tell me
even
what's
know
written.
anything about the Quran. You don't even know what the word tafsir means. You have no Islamic knowledge. Your parents should tell you to just call yourself kufar because you are completely without any niyyah. I could tell that you have no intention and you don't pray. You behave and speak in the ways of a man. Your whole life is a violation
I
of
speak in
everything
the
that
ways of a
Islam
man.
is about. Yes,
I
your
speak
whole
in the
life
ways
is a
of a
violation of
man.
Islam. It's
Wait,
really
okay,
sad, to be honest with you.
so does I don't get how you could say that about. First of all, you don't know me. You're not gonna know me, right?
You're correct. And the reason that I would never know you
You
is
could
because
literally, you could
you're a
not.
mall cop in a second-rate strip mall that I would never be caught dead in. That's why.
Right.
Like you
right.
be honest with me. Be honest with me. Be honest with me. Do you drive a Toyota?
2025.
Is it Toyota?
Camry 2025.
Thank you. So now you should be asking yourself, well, Marquett, you don't know me. Well, how do you know I drive a Toyota? Like, that's how basic you are. You're such a basic
Educated
person
guess.
that I can
Educated
predict
guess.
things about
Educated
you.
guess.
I can
Educated
predict
guess.
things about you. That's how
Educated
basic
guess.
you are.
Educated
Now,
guess.
so that being the case, you should just pump your brakes and stay in your lane. And you would never get disrespected if you didn't start being disrespectful. There was a female who came on before you.
You were the one
She
that
was
being
very
disrespectful.
no,
You
no,
were the
ma'am.
one.
There was
No,
a female.
no, sir.
There was
I
a female
came
who
on here,
came
right?
in before you, and she was very respectful. I didn't agree with her. I didn't follow some of her arguments, but I found her to be very pleasant, far more feminine than you, and above all, she was respectful, and that's why we were able to have a calm contention, even though we didn't
Right,
agree.
but I could be the most feminine person ever, but you
You're
wouldn't
not
know
feminine,
that,
man. You work as a
You
mall
wouldn't
cop.
know
You're
that,
not
but
feminine.
you wouldn't know
A
that, though.
female,
But you wouldn't
a
know
real
that.
proper
But why
female
do you
your
think you
age,
know?
maybe she'd work at like
Lord
an
have
ice cream
mercy.
shop or something like that, or she'd work in
Guys, he's been
retail.
talking for like 4 minutes straight.
You're operating
Can't
as
even
a
get a word
mall
in.
cop, madam.
Can't even get a word in. Can't even get a word in.
You should not
Said
be
excuse
trying to
me
get a
5
word
times.
in. You should
Said
be
excuse me
trying
5
to
times.
learn
You're
something,
nobody.
ma'am. You're a
You're
mall cop.
nobody. I can say whatever I
Ma'am,
want.
you're
That
a
wouldn't
mall
matter.
cop who drives a Toyota Corolla.
Okay. You're
You know,
old
the
and bald
other
on YouTube
the
Live.
other terrible thing about someone like you is you didn't even go to college, huh? So you come from a Pakistani culture where they value education, and you didn't even get education. You go to community college, ma'am. You're in the 13th grade. You're in the 13th grade, and you're like, damn, how's he know that? How's he know that?
Hey, be
Miss,
quiet.
I know. You're in the 13th
You're
grade.
so word vomit, though.
You're in the
You're
13th
so
grade.
word vomit. You're so word
But why are
vomit.
you in the
prove-
13th grade, though? You have low self-esteem, and because of your low self-esteem, you lash out at other people.
Right.
Instead of trying to look within and
Right.
figure out, well, how can I be more
Right.
proud of myself?
Right.
You lash out at other people, and of course, you lash out with lies, and that's okay. But
You're nobody to be honest to, though.
no,
Like, who are you for me to be honest
you
to?
have low self-esteem, and you seek attention of other people. That's why you're here. You really had nothing to say on the topic. You just wanted to come and be heard because you knew you had a chance to be heard, and you wanted to feel the relevance. And the reason that you want to feel relevant is this: you're slightly overweight, you're below average attractiveness, you have no academic accomplishments, which in Pakistani culture is not very good, and you work at the mall, so thousands of people walk by you every day, but because you're in that mall cop uniform, you're almost invisible to them. You're just like some pudgy little brown girl in a mall cop outfit, and people don't even remember you. And so you just stand there for 8 hours a day, making $15 an hour with thousands of people walking by. And every now and then someone will stop. Like every now and then someone will stop and ask you for directions or something. And then you feel like kind of helpful. But aside from that, you're standing around in uncomfortable shoes. You wear like some black sneakers that you got from Payless. I tell the truth.
They're Crocs. Yo.
No, they're black on black, and they don't have any brand on it at all. Tell the truth.
They're Crocs.
Tell the truth. And you be wearing some super tight uniform pants with your mall cop outfit, and people can see your No, you be wearing some super tight pants with your mall cop. No, yes you do. Yes you do.
No, I don't. Your educated guesses are so annoying, bro. You really just like so.
I'll be accurate as hell.
You
be like, damn, you be like, damn. I'll be accurate as hell.
You're not though.
I'll be accurate as hell.
You know, you're actually funny though. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I'm hella funny. I'm super funny.
Someone could be like this, and then you'd be like, so the way in which you said this, that means that you definitely take up with multiple men, right? And then you're also low income. It's just like, bro, you don't know that though. Like it's.
But what's funny about the things that I say is funny because it's true. Like that's what really makes people laugh is the truth. That's what makes people laugh. But be honest with me. You have a unibrow. Keep it real.
It's not on God.
No.
I don't. I have nice eyebrows.
You have a little bit of hair in between.
No, I don't though. I don't though. On God. on that.
Okay.
I don't.
You have a
I
sister.
don't.
You have a sister, right?
I don't though. I'm not telling you
Yeah.
nothing. I'm
Yeah,
not
you have a
telling you 'cause
sister.
you're not about to
No,
call my
here's the
sister.
truth. No, you have a sister, but she's slimmer than you. And that's caused problems in your relationship.
Hey,
Keep it real.
hey, if you know, you know. If you know, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
If you know,
Nah,
you know.
you have a sister and she's slimmer than you.
If you know, you
And
know.
this has always
If you
caused
know, you know.
problems in your relationship. Yeah, that's all good. I like you though.
If you
I
know,
like you.
I like you too. You're funny. You're
No, I
funny.
know you
You're
like me.
no. Oh, whoa, relax. But
No, I
no,
already
I
know.
mess with you. I mess with you. You're funny.
Have you ever cheated before?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I
So
respect the fact that you're honest about that.
back in 2000, what was it? 2014, I had like 3 boyfriends at one time.
Why is that?
I don't know, just like I don't know. They just like one was good for money, one was good for what was the other one good for? He was just friends with all my friends, so I was like, okay, because the other one didn't get along with my friends, and the other one just like he had blue eyes, and I really like blue eyes.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. I feel you, bro. I absolutely feel you. Boy. Again, the public. All right. Ladies and saints, it's been a pleasure at this time to fellowship with you all. Until next time, peace to the saints.